Hi, I'm Adam. I guess you could say I'm the first one, the first person to ever be. But the truth is, I wasn't always here. At first, there was only stillness, no sky, no trees, no ground beneath my feet, not even sound, just a deep, quiet nothing. But I wasn't afraid. I didn't even know what fear was. I wasn't asleep. I wasn't awake. I was just waiting, though I didn't know for what. Then, one day, or maybe it wasn't a day at all, I heard something. A voice. Not like anything you've ever heard. It didn't come from a mouth or echo from a mountain. It came from everywhere, and yet somehow it felt like it was speaking right into me. It was gentle. It was strong. It was full of something I didn't yet have a word for. But now I know it was love. When that voice spoke, things began to happen. The story didn't start with me. It started with a word, and that word made everything. From darkness to everything. At first there was only stillness. I couldn't see, I couldn't hear, but I was there, somewhere, somehow. I didn't have a body yet, no hands to touch, no eyes to blink. I didn't even know what those things were, but I could feel something waiting, a kind of quiet excitement, like the whole world was holding its breath. And then I heard him again, that voice, the same one I heard before time began. He spoke gently, but when he did, things happened, big things. Day one. He said, "Let there be light," and suddenly there it was. Not a light like fire or stars, but a beginning kind of light. Soft, wide, endless. It poured into the dark like a river. I didn't have eyes, but I felt it rush over me, like a warm wind with color in it, and I felt him smile. That was the first time I understood the word good, because everything felt right, even though I didn't know what everything meant yet. Then he made night, and I met silence again, but this silence was different. It was full of promise. Day two. The next time he spoke, I felt the sky stretch open above me. It was like he peeled back the top of the world and made a space between water below and something high above. I couldn't see it, but I could feel air moving, not like a storm, like a breath. And in that space between, the sky, it wrapped around me, soft and blue and wide, and again I felt that smile. I still didn't know what I was, but I knew I was wanted. Day three. The third day was different. I felt movement, rising, shifting, cracking. Something under me pushed upward, dry ground, and the water pulled back like it had been given a place to stay. Then, green, all around me. I didn't see it yet, but I could smell it, fresh and sweet, like the first breath of spring. I felt trees stretch tall, grasses dance, vines curl and bloom, colors I had no names for, textures I couldn't touch yet, but I knew they were good. I could hear flowers opening like tiny whispers. Everything was growing, everything was new, everything was alive. Day four, and then light again, but this time it had shape. He placed one bright light in the sky to watch over the day, and a softer one to keep the night gentle. The sun came first, warm, golden, happy. I imagined it smiling, not as big as his smile, but still good. Then the moon, quiet and kind, and around them, stars. Thousands, millions, like tiny notes in a giant lullaby. They didn't speak, but somehow I felt like they were glad I was coming. Day five. The world was no longer silent. Wings! I felt them before I heard them. Feathers brushing the sky, dancing in sunlight. They dipped and soared and sang. Birds filled the air like music, some fast, some slow, each one made with care. Then came the sea, alive with motion, fins, tails, bubbles, so many shapes. The water laughed. That's what it sounded like. Joy, splashing and swimming and spinning. The whole world was filling with life, but still it felt like something was missing. Day 6. I could sense the ground shaking, but not in fear, in excitement. He was making something else now. Big things, small things, things that walked, ran, leapt, snorted, purred. I felt paws press into soft dirt, hooves clicking on rock, fur warming in the sunlight, eyes blinking open. The earth was alive. It was like a song being finished, but not quite, because he wasn't done. And I still hadn't opened my eyes, but I could feel it now. Something close, a breath, a heartbeat, something shaped like a promise. I didn't know what I was, but I was almost here. And then everything got quiet, like the world was waiting for one more thing. When I became me, I don't know how long I waited. Maybe it was only a moment. Maybe it was forever. But then something changed. The air around me slowed. The world hushed. Like every leaf, every cloud, every star was holding its breath. And so was I, even though I hadn't taken one yet. Then I felt something warm. Not light this time, but hands. Big, gentle hands. Stronger than the earth, but softer than anything I'd ever imagined. They weren't made of dirt, but somehow they were shaping it, me. I could feel him forming me. Every part of me was carefully made. My arms, my legs, my chest, my skin, and my heart. I felt it last, just before it beat for the very first time. I still hadn't moved, but I was full of something new. Expectation. I was ready. Then he leaned in. Close. Closer than the sky, closer than the ground, and he breathed. That breath, it wasn't just air, it was life. Pure, bright, endless life. It filled my lungs, lungs I didn't know I had, and suddenly I wasn't waiting anymore. I was. I gasped. I blinked. I opened my eyes. And the world? Oh, the world. It was more beautiful than anything I could have dreamed. I saw light, not just light, but colors. Blue above me, green below. I turned my head. There were trees, tall and swaying, with leaves like tiny hands waving hello. The grass beneath me was cool and soft, like 1,000 tiny pillows. The sky stretched forever. The clouds floated like they had nowhere to be. And the wind danced around me, playful and kind. I sat up slowly. My arms felt strong. My fingers wiggled like they were excited to meet the world. My legs were long. They folded beneath me, unsure but steady. I touched the ground. It was real, warm in places, rough in others. I could smell the dirt, fresh and alive. And when I looked up, I saw him. He didn't say anything. He just looked at me, like I was the most wonderful thing he'd ever made. And in that moment, I felt no fear, only peace, and something more, belonging. I didn't know the word yet, but I felt it deep inside me. I belonged here, to this world, to him. Then I heard sound. Birds chirping sweet melodies from high above, the rustle of trees, the rush of a nearby river. Everything had its own voice, its own joy, and now, so did I. I took another breath. This time, it was mine. I looked at my hands again. They were real. I stood up, slowly, carefully. The world felt big beneath my feet, but it didn't feel scary. It felt like home. He looked at me again. not like a king looks at a servant, more like a father watching his child take their very first step. And in his eyes I saw love, not the small kind that comes and goes, but the kind that makes stars burn and flowers bloom and hearts beat. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't speak. I just stood there in the garden breeze, smiling like the sky. And though I'd just been born, I felt like I had always been waiting for this moment, this breath, this life, this light. The world was ready, and so was I. Exploring a world made just for me. The air felt new. Every breath tasted like something that had never existed before, fresh, sweet, full of life. I stood still for a while, just breathing, feeling the wind run past my arms like a curious friend. The ground under my feet was soft and warm, like the earth itself had been waiting for me to arrive. Then he reached out his hand. I didn't think. I just placed mine in his. It felt right, like my hand had been shaped just to fit his. He didn't speak, but somehow I knew what he wanted. He was inviting me to walk, to see, to know. And so we walked. At first, I moved slowly, unsure. My legs were strong, but unfamiliar. My feet curled slightly with each step, learning the feel of the ground. Dirt, roots, soft moss. Each one was different, but all of them welcomed me. They knew I belonged here. I could feel it. We passed tall trees, their branches stretched wide like open arms. Leaves rustled gently above us, whispering greetings I didn't yet understand. One leaf floated down and landed on my shoulder. I held it in my hand. So small, so simple, yet perfect. A tiny masterpiece. Birds fluttered through the sky, painting invisible paths with their wings. One flew so low I felt the air move as it passed. It sang a note as it went by, just one, but it stayed in my heart. Another bird landed nearby, tilted its head, and blinked at me. I blinked back. We stared at each other, and I smiled. There were flowers, too, bright ones, soft ones, shy ones hiding behind tall grass. Some had colors I didn't have words for. Others had scents that wrapped around my senses like gentle laughter. I reached out to touch one, and its petals curled under my fingers, ticklish and playful. And then, water. I heard it before I saw it, a quiet sound like the sky sighing. We stepped through a patch of golden grass, and there it was, a stream, winding like a silver ribbon through the earth. It sparkled in the sunlight, alive and joyful. I crouched beside it. My reflection stared back at me, curious, wide-eyed, not quite used to existing yet. I dipped my fingers into the water. It was cool, not cold, clean, clear. I tasted it. It made me feel even more awake, more real. I looked up at him. He was watching me, not like someone testing a creation, but like a friend sharing a secret. The world was quiet, but not empty. Everything had a voice, if I listened closely enough. The breeze hummed a slow song. The trees creaked with age and wisdom. The flowers giggled when touched by bees. The animals stirred in the distance. Nothing loud, just signs of life beginning to stretch and move. We walked further, and I saw them, creatures of every kind. Some were big, with heavy steps and thick tails that swayed behind them. Others were small and quick, darting between trees like streaks of color. One had long ears and curious eyes. It sniffed the air near me and then hopped away. Another one, round and woolly, nuzzled against my leg. I laughed. It made a small sound in return, like a soft puff of wind. I crouched and touched its back. It leaned into me. I didn't have a name for it, but I loved it. He showed me all of them, one by one. And I looked, listened, touched, smiled. I didn't speak, but inside I felt something big and bright. Gratitude, maybe, or joy. At one point, I stopped walking. I turned in a slow circle, taking in the trees, the hills, the sun hanging high above me like a glowing promise. Everything was alive, and everything was good. I ran, not because he told me to, but because I couldn't help it. My feet moved faster and faster across the ground. The wind pushed against my face, my arms spread wide. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't need to know. I was free. When I stopped, I was breathless. Not tired, just full. Full of air, of color, of sound. I fell back onto the grass, and it caught me like a bed made just for me. The clouds drifted overhead, slow and soft. One of them looked like a lion, another like a mountain. He sat beside me, silent. And I was silent too. I didn't need words. Everything I wanted to say was already around me, growing, flying, flowing. This place wasn't just where I lived. It was a part of me. It was made for me. And somehow I knew, deep in my bones, that he would walk with me again. Tomorrow. My first sunset. My first dream. The sky was changing. I didn't know the word for it, but I felt it. The light began to soften. The edges of the world grew warm and golden, like everything had been dipped in honey. Shadows stretched long across the grass. Trees swayed slower, quieter, as if they too were getting ready to sleep. The sun, which had shone above me all day like a giant joyful eye, now began to sink, slowly, gently. Not like it was falling, but like it was bowing, a peaceful goodbye. The light didn't leave all at once. It melted into the horizon, turning the sky into a painting, deep orange, soft purple, glowing pink. I stood at the top of a hill and watched. The whole garden turned calm. The flowers closed their petals, the birds tucked their heads beneath their wings. Even the stream, which had chattered and laughed all afternoon, now whispered. Everything was slowing down. So was I. I sat down in the grass. My body was still new, but it already understood what rest meant. I stretched out my arms, leaned back, and looked up. And there they were, stars, tiny lights. Hundreds of them. No, thousands. I didn't know how far away they were, or what they were made of. I only knew that they were beautiful. They blinked quietly like sleepy eyes. Some twinkled, some simply glowed. It felt like they were watching over me. And then the moon appeared, round, soft, gentle. It didn't speak, but I felt comfort in its light. Not like the sun, loud and warm. This was a quiet kind of light, a light made for rest. The night animals began to stir. I heard the hoot of an owl far off, the rustle of something moving slowly through the trees. But I wasn't afraid. Nothing in this place was meant to hurt me. The night wasn't dark, it was deep, peaceful, like being wrapped in a warm blanket. I lay down. The grass beneath me felt like a bed made by someone who loved me. The stars above seemed to sing, though they made no sound. I closed my eyes, and then, for the first time, I dreamed. I dreamed of light dancing across the water. I dreamed of lions running beside deer, not chasing, just running. I dreamed of trees that whispered stories. I dreamed of a hand, his hand, reaching down and lifting me up into the sky so I could see the world from above. I smiled in my sleep. I didn't know what tomorrow would bring, but I knew this: I was safe. I was loved. I am Adam. God created the world, the light, the sky, the seas, and all living things. Then he made me. I opened my eyes to a garden full of life and beauty. For a while I thought that was the whole story. I walked among animals and trees, I named them all, I talked to God and listened to his voice in the wind. Everything was perfect. And yet there was a quiet space inside me, a space I couldn't explain. It felt like something was missing. God noticed this before I did. One day he said, "It is not good for man to be alone." I didn't understand fully what he meant, but I trusted him. He told me to rest. I lay down under the trees and closed my eyes. The garden grew still and quiet, and in that deep silence, God was still working, creating something new. When I woke up, I was not alone. Beside me was someone I had never met, but somehow already knew. She was different from me, but part of me. She was life's new breath. And so the story continued. When I first saw her, I forgot how to breathe. One moment I was waking up from a deep warm sleep, and the next, I saw her. She was like light wrapped in skin. She looked at me, and it felt like the whole world paused for a second, just so I could say, "Hello." We didn't speak at first. We just smiled. Somehow, she knew me, like we had always been meant to walk side by side. I didn't have to be alone anymore. I had someone, and she was perfect. We spent our days exploring the garden. It was huge, bigger than anything I could imagine. Trees taller than I could reach, rivers that sang when they moved. Every flower seemed to lean toward her as she passed, like they knew who she was. We ran barefoot on soft moss, played with lion cubs and foxes, and sometimes just laid under the trees, looking up at the sky. I'd turn my head to look at her and think, how could something so wonderful come from me? Every evening when the golden light turned soft and low, we'd hear him walking. Not loud, just the sound of peace, like the breeze through the leaves, and then his voice would come, warm, gentle. He'd ask how our day was, what we'd seen, what we'd learned. We told him everything. There were no secrets, only joy. One day, he walked with us to the middle of the garden. There was a tree there, different from the others. It looked older, wiser. Its fruit glowed in the sun, smooth and beautiful. But I could feel it. This tree was special. He stopped in front of it and said, "You can eat from any tree here. All of them are for you, except this one." I nodded. So did she. "If you eat from this tree," he said, voice still calm, "you'll surely die." Die. That was a word I hadn't heard before. It didn't sound good, but I didn't ask. I trusted him. Why wouldn't I? Everything around us was his gift, including her. She squeezed my hand after he left. "We'll stay away from it," she said. And we did, for a while. Most days were just happiness. We didn't worry. We didn't get tired. We didn't even think about time. The garden felt like forever. I loved the way she'd talk to the birds, as if they could understand her. Maybe they did. She had a way of smiling that made everything around her come alive. I started planting things just so I could see her eyes light up when a flower bloomed. We laughed a lot. I taught her the names I'd given the animals. She came up with better ones, to be honest. We chased butterflies, splashed in the river, and when the stars came out, we'd lie on the grass and count them until we fell asleep. Sometimes I'd catch her looking at the tree again, not close to it, just wondering. "I'm not going near it," she said once. It looks so different. Don't you wonder why?" "Not really," I said. He said no. "That's enough for me." She nodded, but I saw it in her eyes, that tiny question, just floating there. Still, most days were perfect. I didn't think much about the tree or about rules. I thought about her. I thought about how lucky I was. I even told him that once. "Thank you," I said. "She makes everything better." He smiled. I think he already knew. Sometimes I wonder if that was the best part, the before, when everything was still simple, when the only thing I knew was joy. I didn't know how heavy hearts could feel, not yet, but for that time, for those mornings full of bird song and those nights under the stars, I was the happiest man to ever walk the earth. I don't remember the exact day it changed. It didn't come like a storm. No loud crash, no warning in the sky. It came quietly, like a whisper in the leaves. At first, I noticed she wasn't laughing as much. She still smiled, still held my hand, but sometimes her eyes would drift to that tree, the one we weren't supposed to touch, the one that stood in the middle of everything, tall and still and silent. I didn't ask her at first. I just watched. One morning I couldn't find her. Usually she was near the river or picking berries or feeding the baby animals she liked best. But that day she was gone. I walked through the garden calling her name. "Where are you?" Then I saw her, standing near the tree, not too close, but closer than before. She turned quickly when she heard me. Her face looked different. Not afraid, just serious, like she'd been thinking about something big, something too big for words. "There was a voice," she said softly. "A voice?" I asked. She nodded. "A creature, a serpent. It spoke to me." My heart thudded, not from fear, but from something else, a strange feeling I didn't have a name for. "What did it say?" She looked down at her hands. "It asked why we weren't allowed to eat from this tree." I didn't answer. I just listened. She went on. "I told it what he said, that we'd die if we ate it. But then it laughed. It said we wouldn't die. It said he just didn't want us to be like him, that eating it would open our eyes." My chest felt tight. I couldn't explain it. just a heaviness in my ribs. "That's not true," I said quietly. "He wouldn't lie to us." She looked up. "What if it's not a lie? What if we've only been living half a life? What if there's more to know, more to feel?" I stepped closer to her. "We have everything we need. But what if we could have more?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. I was too busy staring at that fruit. It really was beautiful, smooth, bright. It looked like it held the sun inside it. For the first time, I noticed how sweet it smelled, almost like it was calling to me. She picked one. I didn't stop her. I didn't say a word. She held it for a moment. Then she took a bite. Nothing happened. The world didn't crack open. The sky didn't fall. She turned to me and held it out. "Try it," she whispered. I looked at the fruit, then at her. She didn't look afraid. She looked alive, lit from inside. Her eyes were sharp, focused. There was something new in her face I couldn't name. Curiosity, power, hunger. I reached out and took it. My fingers trembled. I bit into it. At first nothing, then everything. It was like a flood. My mind opened up too fast, too wide. Thoughts I'd never had rushed in. Questions, shame, awareness. I looked at her, and for the first time I noticed she was naked. I was too, but now it meant something. We looked away from each other. I had never felt shame before. I didn't even know the word, but suddenly I wanted to hide. Not just my body, but my thoughts, my face, all of me. We scrambled to find leaves, big ones. We tied them together with vines and covered ourselves. It was messy, clumsy. It didn't feel right, but it was better than being seen. I kept looking at the tree. It didn't feel magical anymore. It felt heavy, like the center of a mistake we couldn't undo. She touched my arm. Did we do something wrong? I couldn't answer. Somewhere far off, I heard the wind shift, the sound of footsteps on soft ground, slow, steady, familiar. He was coming, and for the first time, I was afraid. We didn't run far. There was nowhere to go. The garden had always been home. Every tree, every rock, every breeze, we knew them all. But that day, they felt different. The colors dimmed, the air felt heavy, and we felt exposed. We crouched behind some thick trees, hearts racing. We didn't talk. We just breathed, trying to stay quiet. I pressed my back against the trunk, listening. Then I heard him. Not angry, not shouting, just walking, like always. The sound of his steps brushing against the grass, a sound I used to love. Then came his voice. "Adam, where are you?" I froze. He had never asked that before. He always knew where we were, but now his voice felt distant, like he was asking not just where I was standing, but where I had gone, where my heart had gone. I swallowed hard. My throat was dry. "I heard you in the garden," I called out, and I was afraid, because I was naked, so I hid. The silence that followed felt louder than anything I'd ever heard. Then he said, "Who told you that you were naked? Did you eat from the tree I told you not to?" My mouth opened, but no words came. I looked at her, she looked at me, and then I said, "The woman you gave me, she gave me the fruit, so I ate it." Even as the words left my mouth, I hated how they sounded, like I was pushing blame, handing over the weight of my own choice. He turned to her. She said, "The serpent tricked me, and I ate." We stood there, silent. The garden seemed to hold its breath. Then his voice changed, still calm, but filled with something deeper: sorrow, grief. He spoke to the serpent first. His words were sharp, final. He said it would crawl on its belly forever, and that there would be a war between it and us, between its kind and ours, a wound that would stretch through time. Then he turned to her. His voice was soft, but firm. He told her that life would still go on, but it wouldn't be easy. Pain would come, in childbirth, in longing, in love. Then he looked at me. He said the ground would no longer give freely. I'd have to work, sweat, fight for every bit of food. Thorns and thistles would grow alongside the wheat. He said I came from dust, and one day I'd return to it. My knees buckled. I didn't cry, not yet, not then, but my chest ached. I felt something break inside me, something I couldn't name. Still, he didn't leave us naked. He made clothes for us, real ones, not the leaves we had tied up in fear, but coverings sewn from something stronger. They were warm, rougher than the garden's touch, but they fit. He dressed us, himself, and then he led us to the edge of the garden. I don't remember the exact path. My feet moved, but my mind was somewhere else. I didn't want to look back. I couldn't. At the gate, he stopped. He didn't shout. He didn't scold. He just said, "You can't stay here." And I knew he was right. We had broken something. Not just a rule, but a kind of trust. We had seen the world one way, and now we saw it differently. The light beyond the garden looked colder, harder, but it was waiting. He placed angels there, at the gate, with swords of fire. Not to punish us, to protect the way back, a way we couldn't walk anymore. We stepped out. The grass outside was rougher. The air held a bite. My hand found hers. She squeezed it. Neither of us said anything. But in that silence, I still heard his voice, not behind us, not far away, somehow still near. The first night outside the garden was cold, not just in the air, but inside me. We had never felt cold before, never known what it meant to shiver. I held her close, wrapping my arms around her, and we curled beneath a tree, too tired to speak, too lost to cry. The stars above were the same, but everything else had changed. In the garden, we never worried. Food was always there, the ground was soft, the world felt kind. Out here, everything was harder. The ground fought me. Stones bruised my feet. Plants had thorns. Rain fell sharp, not gentle like it used to. My hands bled the first time I tried to dig the earth, but I kept digging. We learned quickly. We had to. I built tools from rock and wood. She learned which roots were safe to eat. We found water. We found ways to survive. It was never easy. There were days when the sky looked angry and nights when we couldn't sleep. Hunger visited us often, but somehow we kept going. And still, he was with us. Not like before, not walking beside us in the cool of the day, not with words in the wind, but in other ways. In the sunrise that broke through clouds after a storm, in the way seeds still knew how to grow, in the quiet strength that came when I felt like giving up. One day, she looked at me with wide eyes and said, I think there's life inside me. I stared at her. What do you mean? She smiled, one hand over her belly. Something's growing. Not a tree, not food, something different. Something like us. And she was right. Weeks passed, her body changed. She grew slower, heavier, and one night, under a sky full of stars, she cried out in pain. It was the first time I heard her scream like that. I didn't know what to do. I held her hand. I prayed without words. And then I heard a cry. Not hers. A new one. A voice we had never heard before. She looked down, tears in her eyes, and there he was, tiny, red-faced, wrinkled and loud. Our son. We named him Cain. He was so small, so helpless, and yet he held the whole world in him. A second chance, a new beginning. I looked at her, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she smiled the way she used to in the garden. Later, we had another son, Abel, quieter, gentler. They played together. They ran through the grass, threw stones into the river, laughed in the sunlight. It wasn't Eden, but it was life, and it was good. Some nights, when the fire is low and the stars are bright, I lie awake thinking about what we lost. The trees, the river, his voice, so close you could almost touch it. But I also think about what we still have. Each other, our children, the chance to begin again. I tell them stories about the garden, about how the world once was, not to make them sad, but to help them remember that beauty is still possible, that even when we make mistakes, He doesn't leave us. Sometimes Abel asks, "Do you think we'll ever go back?" And I say, not the way it was, but maybe one day someone will open the way again. He nods, not fully understanding, but I believe it. Deep down, beneath the dust and the thorns, I still hear his promise, not in words, but in the way the wind moves, the rain falls, the stars shine. We were sent out of the garden, but we were never sent away from his heart. And though the world is broken, love still grows here, like seeds in hard soil, like light after night, like a whisper that never truly fades.
I am Cain. My parents were Adam and Eve. They used to talk about it at night. When the fire had died down and the stars filled the sky, I'd hear them whisper about a garden they once knew, Eden. They spoke of it like a dream they had woken from too soon, a place where trees grew fruit without asking, where animals didn't bite, where there was no need to hide. But to me, it was just a story. I never saw it, never touched its grass or smelled its air. I was born after the gates closed, born after the sword. Sometimes I'd catch a look in Father's eyes when he stared at the horizon, like he thought he could still see it out there. He'd fall quiet, and then he'd sigh, like something heavy was always sitting in his chest. Mother, too. She would hum to herself, songs that didn't have words. Maybe they were old Eden songs. I don't know. They never taught them to us. Our home wasn't a garden. It was a rough land, dry some years, muddy in others. The soil was hard, and the wind could be cruel, but we made it work. Father taught me how to press seeds into the dirt, how to wait, how to hope. He'd say, "This land might not be Eden, but it still listens if you're patient." I tried to be patient, but patience didn't come easy to me. Mother cared for the animals, the house, and us. She told us stories, ones about beginnings, about light and water and stars. She made the world sound soft again. At night, when the wind blew cold through the cracks in our walls, she'd pull us close and speak in a low voice. I liked those nights. They made the world feel smaller, like nothing could reach us. And then there was Abel, my brother. We grew up side by side, ate the same bread, heard the same stories, but we were never the same. Abel was quiet, not just with his voice, but in his way of being. He moved like the world didn't rush him. He could sit for hours watching the sheep, his hand resting on a rock or in the grass, like he had all the time in the world. And the sheep listened to him, like they knew he meant no harm. Me, I liked movement, noise, digging into the ground with my hands, sweat on my face, dirt under my nails. I liked the feel of things happening, plants growing, storms coming, the sound of wind in tall grass. I never understood how Abel could just sit so still. Father said we were both important, me, the grower of food, and Abel, the keeper of the flock. But sometimes I felt like he looked at Abel just a little longer. Or maybe that was just my own shadow talking. I don't know. We didn't fight, not at first. We just didn't talk much either. Not deeply. Not about things that mattered. Still, we worked side by side. I'd trade grain for wool. He'd bring me milk when my hands were too full. It was a rhythm, simple and wordless. Days came and went. The sun rose, the sun fell, and life went on. But there was always something else too, something bigger than us. Father talked about him, the one who made the garden, the one who spoke to the light and named the stars. Sometimes he'd pray out loud, especially on quiet nights or when crops failed. He never raised his voice. It was more like a conversation than a ritual, like he was speaking to someone just out of reach. I never saw him, never heard him, not clearly, not like Father once had. But I felt things. Sometimes the sky would go still in a strange way, or the trees would lean just so. It made the hairs on my arms rise. Abel said those moments were when the Lord passed by. I wasn't so sure, but I didn't say that aloud. There were days when I thought maybe he was angry, not at us, but at the world, like the ground itself was cursed, like it didn't want to give us what we asked for. Thorns, weeds, droughts. Father said it hadn't always been like that. I believed him. He didn't lie, but that didn't make it easier. We grew older, stronger. We each had our place, me with the soil, Abel with the sheep. We didn't choose it. It just happened, like we were walking paths that were drawn long before we were born. Sometimes I wished I could see Eden, just once. Not to live there, not even to stay, just to know. To see what they lost, what I never had. Maybe then I'd understand why things were the way they were, why I felt this tightness in my chest when the harvest failed, why Abel's eyes stayed calm, even when storms came. But Eden was closed, the gate sealed, the sword still burned, and we had a life to live, far from the garden That was our beginning. There was a time when Abel and I did everything together. We'd wake up to the same sunrise, run to the same chores, eat from the same pot. But as we grew older, things started to shift, not in some loud or obvious way, more like the quiet pulling of threads. We began doing our own work, walking our own paths. He spent more and more time out in the hills, watching over his sheeps. He liked the silence out there, said it helped him think. I didn't understand that. To me, silence wasn't peaceful, it was heavy. When I worked the fields, I wanted the sound of wind, birds, tools hitting soil. I wanted motion, not stillness. I needed to feel things changing. I guess we just found peace in different places. I'd see him sometimes in the distance, standing still as a tree with his staff in hand, just staring at the horizon. Sometimes the sheep circled around him like he was one of them. He always looked calm, steady, like he belonged there. And maybe that's when I first started to feel it, that space between us. We weren't angry with each other. There were no fights, but there were fewer words, fewer shared glances, less laughter, like we were living next to each other, not with each other. At home, it was even more obvious. When Abel spoke, people listened. Father would nod, slow and thoughtful. Mother would smile, that soft kind of smile that says, I trust you. And me, I tried. I spoke. I worked. I came home with dirt on my hands and sweat on my back. But it never felt quite enough. If something went wrong with the crops, it was maybe the soil wasn't blessed. But if one of Abel's lambs went missing, they said, even the good shepherd suffers sometimes. He was always the good one, the kind one, the thoughtful one, the one who listened before speaking. And I had questions. I got frustrated. I didn't always keep my voice soft. I didn't always know what to say. It wasn't that I hated him. I didn't. He was my brother, but the weight of being near him, of being compared to him, sometimes it was too much. I started wondering things I shouldn't, wondering if something in me was broken, if I was born wrong. I'd kneel in my fields and ask the ground to give me a sign, any sign that I mattered, that I was seen, that I was enough. The plants still grew, but slowly. The rain came, but late. Nothing ever bloomed easily for me, and each time something failed, I could hear the unspoken words in the way Father looked away or Mother sighed too long. They never said it, but I knew what they thought. Why can't you be more like your brother? I hated that thought. I hated that it stayed with me even when I tried to shake it off. No matter how much I worked, how much I gave, I still felt like I was standing in someone else's shadow. And the worst part, he didn't even mean to cast it. Then came that one morning. The air was crisp, the sun not yet high. I had just returned from checking the irrigation lines I'd dug along the western slope. My hands were blistered, and I smelled like wet clay. Abel was already back from the pasture, sitting by the fire, sharpening one of his small knives. He looked up and smiled. "You've been working hard," he said. "Of course I have," I muttered, brushing dirt from my arms. "Someone has to make sure we eat." He nodded slowly. "I know. I'm just saying. It's good that you care so much." I paused. Something about his tone. It wasn't sharp, but it felt tilted, like he was standing on higher ground. And then he added, maybe if you slowed down a bit, listened more, you'd hear him. I turned. What did you just say? Abel didn't flinch. I'm just saying, sometimes I hear his voice best when I'm still. Maybe you're trying too hard. Maybe you're not leaving space for him to speak. His words hit like cold water, not because they were cruel, but because they came from him, my brother, my little brother, telling me how to get closer to God, telling me how to fix myself, as if he knew me better than I knew myself. I clenched my jaw and stared at the fire. I didn't want to start something, not then, but I felt something in me curl inward. A part of me shut the door. He meant well. I think he always did. But well-meaning words can still cut deep, especially when they come wrapped in peace and righteousness, especially when they remind you of everything you're not. We didn't talk much after that, not in a real way. I buried myself in work, dug deeper, planted wider, carried heavier loads. Maybe I thought that if I just did more, gave more, grew more, someone would notice. Someone would say, "You too, Cain, you too are favored." But that day never came. And slowly, quietly, the space between me and my brother became more than just space. It became a silence, a heavy, aching silence that followed me even when I walked alone. We both wanted to please him. That much I know for sure. No one told us to bring an offering, not exactly, but we felt it like a pull inside. Maybe it came from Father's stories, or from the way the wind moved through the trees when the air got still. It wasn't a command, it was a feeling, a need, a hope. So we brought what we had, what we were. I brought fruit from the land, not just anything. I chose the best I could find, the golden grains, the ripest figs, the full baskets of what I'd grown with my hands and my sweat. They were clean, fresh, laid out in neat piles. I even arranged the leaves around them. I wanted it to look beautiful, worthy. Abel brought a lamb, a small one, soft and white, barely weaned. I saw him holding it close before placing it on the altar. He whispered something to it, maybe a prayer, maybe just a goodbye. We stood side by side, quiet, waiting. The air didn't move. Then it did, just a flicker. The scent of smoke curled toward his side, then rose higher. A wind touched the lamb. There was a warmth in the air, not hot, gentle, like someone had smiled. And then, nothing. My side stayed cold. My offering stayed still. No smoke, no warmth, no sign. I waited. I blinked. I stepped closer, just in case I'd missed something. But the silence didn't change. I looked at Abel. He wasn't grinning. He wasn't gloating. He stood with his hands at his sides, eyes lowered, humble, still. But it didn't help. I felt something twist inside me, not a sudden thing. It was slow, like a rope pulling tight around my ribs. Shame, that's what it was at first. Then confusion, then something darker. I wanted to ask why. Why him? Why not me? Was my grain not enough? My figs not sweet enough? Was it the way I stood? The way I thought? Was I already wrong before I even made the offering? I tried to breathe steady, but it came out sharp. He didn't say a word. He didn't have to. That look, the one on his face, it wasn't pride. It was peace. That soft, glowing peace I could never seem to touch. Like he knew something I didn't. Like he was being let into a room I wasn't allowed in. and I hated how much I noticed it. I turned away before he could see my face. I walked fast, past the altar, past the trees, out to the edge of the field where no one could hear me. My chest was tight. My hands were shaking. I wasn't angry, not yet, but I was breaking. I sank to the ground and stared at the dirt. The same dirt I'd worked, the same soil I'd poured my strength into, the same land that gave me food, gave me pride. Now it felt cold, dry, distant. I dug my fingers into it, pulled up clumps of earth, let it crumble through my hands. I wanted it to answer me. I wanted someone to answer me. What did I do wrong? All I had was silence. That night I didn't go home. I stayed in the field long after the sky turned black. The stars came out bright and sharp, but I didn't look at them. I couldn't. I sat on a flat rock by the edge of the crop rows, staring into nothing. My offering still sat on the altar, untouched. It felt like it was mocking me. Thoughts came and went like clouds, fast, shifting, unfinished. Maybe I wasn't enough. Maybe I never would be. Maybe there was something in me that just didn't fit the way things were made. Then other thoughts crept in, quieter but colder. Maybe he just didn't care. No, that wasn't right. He cared about Abel. He noticed Abel, which meant he chose, and I wasn't the one he chose. The thought sat heavy in my chest, pressing down. I stood up, walked in circles, sat down again. My legs ached, my eyes burned. I didn't cry. I couldn't. Something in me had gone stiff, like my heart had turned to stone. I heard something, maybe a bird, maybe the wind, but it made me jump. I wasn't used to feeling afraid, but I was. Not of the dark, not even of God. I was afraid of what was growing in me. It started as a whisper, just a small thought in the back of my mind. He's always the one. He always wins, and you'll never matter like he does. I told myself it was nonsense. I told myself he was my brother. But the whisper didn't stop, and neither did the silence. So I stayed in the field, alone under the stars, trying to breathe through a storm that hadn't even started yet. I didn't plan anything. That's the first thing I want you to know. I didn't wake up thinking, today is the day. I didn't sharpen a blade. I didn't make a vow. All I wanted was to talk. I'd been thinking about it all night, rolling his words over and over in my head, trying to untangle the knots they made inside me. I thought maybe if I just looked him in the eye, if we could stand face to face, maybe I'd feel less lost. Maybe I'd find some kind of peace. So I found him in the morning. He was walking back from the hills, staff in hand, a calmness in his step, like nothing had changed. I called to him. Come with me, I said. Let's walk through the field. He didn't hesitate, just nodded and followed. That was Abel, always ready to listen. We walked side by side, the wind soft against the grass, the earth still wet from dew. The crops around us were waist-high, quiet and still. A bird called in the distance. For a moment, everything felt almost right. Then I started talking, not yelling, just words, about the offering, about how I didn't understand, about how I tried, about how empty it made me feel. He listened, He really did. See, his eyes stayed on me, gentle, steady. He didn't interrupt, didn't defend himself, and that made it harder. When I finished, he said quietly, Maybe, maybe it wasn't about the gift, Cain. Maybe it's about the heart. That broke something in me. Not because it was cruel, but because it sounded so simple, like the answer had been there the whole time, and I'd just failed to see it, like I had no excuse. I don't remember what I said back. I don't remember if I said anything at all. I just remember a heat in my chest, a flash behind my eyes, a sound, my own voice maybe, a shape moving in the tall grass, a breath cut short, and then he was on the ground, still. His staff lay a few steps away. One of his hands reached toward it, but didn't move again. His eyes were open, confused, not angry, not even afraid, just surprised. I stood there, frozen. The silence that followed was like nothing I'd ever heard. Not peaceful, not natural, just empty. I dropped whatever was in my hand. I think it was a stone. I stepped back, then forward, then fell to my knees beside him. Abel, I said. He didn't answer. I said it again, softer this time. Abel. But he was gone, gone like a breath leaving the body, gone like a candle when the flame disappears, but the smoke still curls in the air. And I didn't know what I had done. I mean, I knew, but I didn't know. It hadn't sunk in yet. It felt like a dream, a nightmare with no edge. I kept thinking he'd move, that he'd sit up, laugh, forgive me. But the blood on the soil said otherwise. I don't know how long I stayed there. I just remember the wind picking up, the sky dimming a little. My hands were dirty, his blood mixed with the dirt, and I couldn't stop looking at them. Then I heard it, a voice, soft, steady, low, and clear. Where is your brother, Abel? I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. I knew who it was. That voice. It didn't shake the earth. It didn't burn my skin, but it cut deeper than any blade. I swallowed. My mouth was dry. My throat hurt. I don't know, I said. Am I my brother's keeper? I still don't know why I said it. Maybe I thought I could hide. Maybe I thought if I sounded strong, I wouldn't fall apart. Maybe I just didn't want to say the truth out loud. Not then, not yet. But he knew. Of course he knew. The voice came again, still calm, still heavy. Your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. You have done what cannot be undone, he said. The ground that opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood will no longer yield its strength to you. The words fell like stones. You will be a restless wanderer on the earth. I didn't argue. What could I say? That I was sorry? That it wasn't what I meant? That I didn't know how it got this far? None of it would change what I'd done. So I just stood there, the wind cold against my skin, my hands still stained, my brother still silent. And something in me closed. The field around me had once felt like home, a place I knew, a place I belonged. But now it was just a grave, and I was the one who made it so. The ground, It no longer listens to me. I knelt down, dug a little hole, and dropped a seed in, just like I used to. I covered it, watered it, waited. The sun came, the rain too. Days passed, but nothing grew, not even a single green sprout. It was like the earth had gone quiet. Or maybe it remembered what I did. Maybe it was trying to stay clean. I moved on, farther and farther away from where it all happened, from home, from everything I used to know. I don't know how many days I walked. I just kept walking. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't care. People looked at me differently. Some stared. Others looked down and avoided my eyes. A few just ran. I didn't blame them. They must have heard. Somehow they always heard. And yet, none of them hurt me. Not a single one raised a hand against me, even when they looked afraid, even when I knew they hated me. I guess that's because of him. God gave me a mark. He didn't kill me. He didn't let anyone else kill me either. That mark, people think it's a protection. Maybe it is. But to me, it feels more like a reminder. A quiet one I carry on my body, on my face, in every step I take. There are nights when I see Abel, not really, of course, just in my dreams. Sometimes he's still a boy, running through the fields. Other times, he's standing beside the altar, holding that lamb in his arms. He always looks peaceful, like he knows something I don't. Sometimes I dream I didn't say anything. I didn't invite him to the field. I just let it go. And we walked home, side by side like we used to. But then I wake up, and the wind outside is cold, and the fire is small, and I remember where I am. Now I live in places without names. I built a little shelter once. It stood for a few seasons, but I didn't stay. I couldn't. The wind kept bringing me voices, whispers that sounded like home, like regret. So I left again. I've seen mountains and rivers. I've crossed valleys filled with fog and deserts where the air burns your throat. I've met others, travelers, builders, wanderers like me. Some speak to me, some don't. But I never stay long. Sometimes I feel like the world is trying to push me forward, keep me moving. Like even the land doesn't want me resting too long in one place. Still, something inside me has changed. The loud, stormy part of me. It's not so loud anymore. I don't yell at the skies. I don't pound the ground with my fists. I just breathe. There are still days I hate myself. There are still days I wish I could go back and pull my younger self away, shake him, tell him to listen, to wait, to forgive. But I can't. What I can do is walk, one step after another. Some days it feels like a punishment. Other days it feels like something more, a kind of quiet redemption. The mark is still there. My guilt is still there. But I'm learning to carry both without letting them crush me. And maybe that's something. I'm still walking. And sometimes, just sometimes, I look up at the sky and think he's still watching. Not with anger, not with pity, just watching. And maybe that's enough for now. I am Noah. When I was a boy, the world felt wide and full of wonder. I remember lying on my back at night, outside our tent, watching the stars. They were so many, like tiny lanterns hanging from the sky. I used to imagine someone up there was watching me. I didn't know who, but I felt it, like someone was listening when I whispered my thoughts into the night. The desert was quiet after sunset. The wind would move softly through the sand, and the fire would crackle beside me. My little brothers would already be asleep, but I liked to stay up a bit longer, just me and the stars. That was my favorite time of day. Everything felt peaceful. I didn't have the words for it back then, but I think that was the first time I felt close to something, bigger than myself. Sometimes I'd make shapes out of the stars, a lion, a river, a hand reaching down. Maybe it was silly, but I felt like the sky was trying to talk to me. I just didn't know how to understand it yet. My grandfather, Methuselah, was the oldest man I ever knew. His beard was long, his back was bent, but his eyes were full of fire. He loved to tell stories, especially right before bedtime. I'd curl up beside him, and he'd begin with that deep, slow voice of his. He told me about a garden, so beautiful it didn't feel real. It was called Eden, he'd say, a place where everything was perfect. No pain, no death, just peace. And God walked with people like you walk with a friend. I used to close my eyes and picture it. Trees heavy with fruit, rivers as clear as glass, lions sleeping beside lambs. I'd imagine myself running through that garden, barefoot, laughing. We were made for that kind of life, Grandpa would whisper. We were meant to live close to God. But the stories always turned sad. He'd tell me how people turned away, how they stopped listening to God, how the garden was closed. Every time I'd ask him, why did they do it? And he'd just sigh and say, because we forget. We forget who we are. I never forgot those words. Even as a boy, I felt like something wasn't right in the world. And somehow, those old stories made me want to live differently. It was a warm evening. I was helping my father tie up some woven baskets when I heard him say a name I didn't recognize. Yahweh, he said softly, almost like he was afraid to speak it too loud. What does that mean? I asked. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he said, that's his name, the one who made everything, the one Grandpa tells stories about. I felt a strange chill, like a breeze had passed right through me. That name, it sounded powerful and gentle all at once, not like the names of our neighbors' gods. Those names sounded harsh, but Yahweh, that name made me want to listen. Can I say it too? I asked. He nodded, but only with respect, only when your heart means it. So I tried. I whispered it into the night, Yahweh. I didn't know what I was doing, not really, but in that moment, something changed in me. I began to wonder if that quiet voice I felt under the stars was his. I began to talk to him more, even if I didn't always get an answer. As I grew older, I started to notice things I hadn't seen before. People were angry, loud, mean. Fights broke out over the smallest things. I saw men cheat one another in the marketplace. I saw children left hungry while others threw food away. I saw my neighbors hurt animals just for fun. There was a boy in our village who used to chase birds with stones. I asked him why he did it, and he just laughed, because I can. That answer stayed with me. It scared me. One time I saw a group of men steal a traveler's things and push him down into the dirt. I ran to get help, but no one wanted to get involved. They just turned their heads. My father looked sad when I told him. He said the world wasn't always like this, but it kept getting worse. People stopped praying. They stopped caring. Even some of my friends began to change. One of them lied about me just to take my place on a hunting trip. Another tricked my little brother into giving away his food. I felt angry. But more than that, I felt heartbroken. I didn't understand why everyone was turning cold. I'd lie awake at night asking Yahweh, "Do you see this? Do you still care?" And even though I didn't always hear an answer, I still talked to him. Maybe it was foolish, maybe not, but it helped me feel like I wasn't alone. Something deep inside me knew this wasn't how the world was meant to be, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something big was coming. When I was about a man, maybe just past 20, I started to feel something different inside me. It wasn't loud. It wasn't scary. It was like a quiet wind brushing across my heart, like someone gently calling my name, but without a voice. I'd be working or walking through the fields, and suddenly I'd stop. I didn't know why, but I'd feel still, like time paused for a moment, just long enough for something to touch my soul. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. I didn't tell anyone. I mean, who would believe me? But this quiet feeling kept coming back. It wasn't like anything else. It was calm and strong at the same time, like it knew me better than I knew myself, like it saw everything I was trying to hide and didn't turn away. I began to listen to that silence more. I'd go out into the hills alone and just sit, breathing slowly, waiting. I didn't hear words, not right away, but I felt like someone was nearby. Someone who knew the world was broken. Someone who was sad about it. Someone who wanted me to listen. I remember one evening, the sky was full of golden light, and I felt it again, that quiet inside. And suddenly, it wasn't just a feeling anymore. It was a voice, not like any voice I'd heard before, not from the outside. It came from deeper than thought. A whisper that felt ancient. It said, Noah. That was all, just my name. But I knew it wasn't coming from me. The voice came again days later, and again. Each time it brought a stillness I can't describe. I began to speak back, not out loud, just in my heart. I asked questions. I shared worries. I confessed things I didn't even understand, and over time the voice grew clearer. It didn't shout. It didn't rush. It waited until I was quiet enough to hear it. One night I asked, "Why are you calling me?" And I felt this weight, this sadness settle deep in my chest. Not mine, but his, like a sigh that had been waiting for years to be heard. I don't know how to explain it fully, but I understood the world was breaking God's heart. He showed me people through his eyes, the cruelty, the greed, the lies, the violence. He saw it all. Not just the big things, but the small choices that people thought didn't matter. The cheating, the pride, the way kindness was treated like weakness. It had gone on for too long. And the earth, his creation, it was groaning under the weight of it all. I felt his grief more than I heard it, like a father watching his children fight, destroy, forget him completely. And yet, within that sadness, I felt something else. Hope, a small spark, like he wasn't ready to give up. Not yet, not completely. Then came the part that shook me. He said to me, in that quiet, unmistakable voice, "Noah, I'm going to wash the world clean." But I want you to build an ark. I just stood there. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I thought, did I imagine that? A boat? For what? Rain? A flood? I had never seen a flood. Not like that. Sure, there were heavy rains once in a while, but nothing that could carry away cities. Not something that would need a boat the size he was describing. It didn't make sense. I asked, did I hear you right? And again, that same calm voice returned, clear, steady. Build it, make room, bring animals, prepare your family. I didn't sleep much that night. My head was spinning. The world had gone dark, but I sat by the fire replaying every word, every feeling. A part of me still doubted. Maybe I was just dreaming. Maybe it was madness. But another part, deep, steady, believed. And that part wouldn't let go. The next morning, I told my wife. I expected her to laugh, to shake her head and say I was overtired, but she didn't. She looked at me closely, saw the seriousness in my eyes, and said simply, then we build. I went to my sons next, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Strong boys, curious. I told them everything. The voice, the sadness, the warning, the boat. They were quiet for a long time. Then one of them, Shem, I think, said, how big are we talking? And just like that, they started sketching the frame with sticks in the dirt. I was stunned. I asked them, you believe me? And they said, you've never lied to us. Why would you start now? It was more than I had hoped for. I thought I'd have to beg them, argue, prove it. But they trusted me, maybe more than I trusted myself. And deep down, I knew it wasn't really about trusting me. It was about trusting the one who called me. We didn't shout it from the rooftops. We didn't try to convince the whole world. We just got to work, quietly, faithfully, day by day. I didn't know how it would all happen. I didn't even fully understand why he chose me. But I had heard his voice, and I couldn't unhear it. So we began, one plank at a time. We started early each morning, before the sun got too high. The heat would come fast, and the work was heavy. My sons and I spent our days cutting trees, shaping beams, and hauling wood. My hands grew rough, my back sore, but there was something steadying in the rhythm of it all. Chop, carry, building, repeat. It gave us something to focus on, something bigger than ourselves. We didn't have special tools or plans drawn on scrolls, just the instructions I was given, and a sense in my heart when something was right or not. Every piece had its place. Every measurement mattered. It was slow work, painfully slow sometimes. Days when the wood split the wrong way, or when rain soaked everything and we had to start again. People watched us. At first, they were curious. Then they laughed. Some would walk by and shout things like, building a boat in the desert? You expecting a sea to grow under your feet? Others called me names, madman, dreamer, fool. A few brought their children just to point and giggle. I kept my head down. My sons did too. But I could see the anger building in their eyes. It wasn't easy. Hearing those voices every day, working so hard while others mocked. Some days I wanted to shout back, but I didn't, not once. I reminded my boys, we're not building this for them. We're building it because he asked us to. That became our anchor, and still we built. One afternoon, while working near the back of the frame, I noticed something strange, a pair of birds watching us from a nearby tree. Nothing unusual at first, but then I noticed two foxes not far behind them. then 2 deer, 2 squirrels. They weren't just passing by, they were watching, calm, quiet, waiting. I didn't say anything at first. I thought maybe I was tired, seeing patterns where there weren't any. But the next day, more came. 2 goats, 2 rabbits, then a pair of small wildcats. They didn't attack each other. They didn't flee. They just stood in the shade, eyes on the boat. My sons saw them too. "Are they coming to us?" one of them whispered. I nodded. "They're coming to him." And then we knew this wasn't just about us. We were part of something far beyond our understanding, something only God could arrange. The animals weren't afraid. They didn't resist. They came because they were called, just like I had been. So we began building stalls and spaces inside the ark, shaping them with care. Some animals arrived dirty, wounded, tired. We cleaned them, fed them. The work doubled, tripled, but none of us complained, because every pair that came felt like another whisper from heaven, saying, "Keep going." In the evenings, after the tools were laid down and the fire was lit, we would sit together, me, my wife, our sons, and their wives. The stars would come out, the wind would quiet, and we would pray. Not fancy prayers, not long ones, just simple, honest words. "Thank you for today. Please give us strength for tomorrow. Protect the animals. Help us keep going." And somehow, we always had just enough strength to rise again the next day. We talked more during those years than we ever had before, working together, sweating together. It brought us close. We shared stories, dreams, fears. We sang while we worked. We cried sometimes too. But always, always, we returned to that quiet voice that had started it all. It became the center of our life. The ark wasn't just a boat. It was our act of trust. Every board we nailed down said, "We believe you." And then, one day, I realized something. I didn't hear the mocking anymore. I don't know if people stopped, or if I'd simply stopped listening. The work had changed us. We were no longer building for the world's approval. We were building through obedience. I remember the moment it all came together. The frame was done, the inside finished, stalls built, food stored, doors crafted, pitch sealed every seam. The sky was cloudy that day, but the air was still. I held the final wooden peg in my hand, smooth, strong, shaped by weeks of careful work. My sons stood around me, waiting. No one said a word. I raised the hammer, took a breath, and drove it in. It echoed, not just through the ark, but through my chest, like the sound of an ending and a beginning. My eyes filled with tears, though I wasn't sure why. Relief, maybe, or awe, or both. We stepped back and looked at what we had built. It was huge, solid, beautiful in its own strange way. We didn't cheer. We didn't dance. We just stood there, quiet, watching the wind move across the fields, watching the clouds gather. My wife slipped her hand into mine. My sons put their arms around each other. The animals waited in calm silence behind us. The ark was ready, and so were we. The animals had all come, 2 by 2, just like he said. Some walked, some crawled, some flew in from places I'd never seen. My sons guided them in carefully. My wife made sure they were fed. The stalls were full, the supplies were packed, everything was done. There was nothing more to prepare. And then he told me it was time. I stood at the door of the ark. My heart beat slow and heavy. Outside, the sky had turned strange. Not dark, not bright, just heavy like it was holding its breath. People had gathered nearby, curious again. Some still laughed. Others stood silent, watching. No one came closer. I turned to look at my family. They were already inside, waiting. I took one last breath of the open air. Then I stepped in. The door. It closed on its own. I heard it. A deep, low sound of wood against wood. Final. Strong. Not slammed. Just closed. Like a seal being pressed shut. And then silence. A kind of silence I'd never felt before. Not empty. Not dead. Just still. Like the world itself had paused. Even the animals were quiet. No hoofbeats, no flapping wings, no growls or chirps, just the sound of our breathing, the faint creak of the ark's timbers. My wife sat near me, her hand clutching mine. My sons stood nearby. Their wives were whispering to the goats, but no one really spoke. Outside, we heard the first drop. Just one, software, then another, then 100, then thousands. It didn't roar. It started gently, like a warning whispered across the roof. But it didn't stop. The rain kept falling, steady and cold. The wind picked up, slow at first, then harder. It whistled through the seams of the wood. The sky outside grew darker by the hour. Soon, we couldn't see anything through the small side windows, just gray. Then came the storm. The wind slammed against the sides of the ark, rattling the beams. Lightning flashed. Thunder cracked like the sky was splitting apart. The animals began to move, restless, uneasy. My sons and I calmed them as best we could. My wife sang quietly to the younger ones. I knelt beside a frightened calf and rested my hand on its back. And then I prayed. We all did. We huddled together, my sons, their wives, my wife and I, and we prayed, not with big words, just with trembling hearts. God, you told us to come in. Please stay with us now. Outside, I could hear voices, screaming, crying. I knew what it was, though I couldn't bear to think too long on it. People had seen the waters rise and realized it was too late. My chest ached. I wanted to run out, open the door, pull them in, but I couldn't. The door had been sealed, not by me, but by him. I wept, quietly. My wife held my head against her shoulder. We didn't speak about it. We just cried and prayed and waited. The water rose quickly. I felt the first sudden shift, the ark lifting. A strange feeling, being pulled upward without moving your feet. The floor tilted just slightly, then evened out. We were afloat. That first night, we barely slept. The ark creaked and groaned. The rain beat down like drums. The wind screamed through the black sky. The animals cried out now and then. Some shivered, some paced. I sat with them through the night, whispering soft words, though I don't know if they understood. Maybe they did. Maybe that's why they came. Day after day, the rain didn't stop. Morning blurred into evening. Light and darkness were hard to tell apart with clouds so thick. But we kept count. 40 days, 40 nights. We waited, listened, slept in turns. My sons took shifts walking the length of the ark, checking for leaks, feeding the animals. We told each other stories to pass the time. We laughed once in a while when the chickens jumped into someone's lap or when the monkeys stole berries from the supply baskets. But mostly we were quiet, just listening, just waiting. The water covered everything. I saw mountaintops vanish, one after another. There was nothing left of the world we had known, only water below and sky above. The ark floated gently most days, but sometimes the winds would return. We'd brace ourselves, hold on to the walls, sing songs to calm the animals. But the ark held. It always held. Weeks passed, then months. The rain had stopped, but the water didn't leave. It just sat there, still and endless. One morning, I climbed up to a small hatch and opened it to feel the air. The breeze was cool and quiet. No more thunder, no more storms, just peace. I stood there for a while, breathing it in, and then I remembered the dove. I'd kept a few in a small cage near the front. I reached for one, held it gently, and whispered, "Go. Find us dry ground." It flew up into the sky, wings wide and white, and vanished into the mist. We waited all day, but it came back, wings tired, feet empty. It landed on my arm and tucked its head under its wing. No land, not yet. I sighed, patted its head, and returned it to the cage. 7 days later, I tried again. Same dove, same flight. But this time, when it came back, it had something in its beak. A leaf, small, green, fresh. My hands trembled. I showed it to my wife, to my sons. No one said a word. We just stared at it, passed it gently from hand to hand. The first living thing we'd seen in months, so a sign, hope. The water was going down. We didn't dance, not yet, but we smiled for the first time in a long while. We sat close that night, warmer somehow. The animals seemed calmer too, like they could feel it, the world changing again. The dove had found something we couldn't see yet, but soon we would. The day I saw dry ground again, I didn't believe it at first. It had been so long, so many days of floating, waiting, listening to the water lap gently against the sides of the ark. I had almost forgotten what the earth smelled like. I had forgotten the sound of dirt underfoot, the way sunlight feels when it touches stone instead of wood. But that morning, when I looked out through the hatch, I saw it. Brown, solid, real. A mountaintop, bare and rough, rising from the quiet sea. Not just a dream, not some shape in the clouds, but land, earth. I didn't shout. I didn't run to wake the others. I just stared at it, my heart pounding slow and deep. My eyes filled with tears, and I whispered, "Thank you." That first patch of land gave us hope. We waited patiently, carefully, watching the water slowly drop day by day. More peaks appeared in the distance. The ark no longer drifted, so it rested, tilted slightly against a slope. We had come to a stop. We stayed inside a while longer, just to be sure. I opened the hatch each day, breathed the fresh air, felt the sunlight on my face. It felt different now, brighter, quieter, like the whole sky had been washed clean. Even the animals seemed to know something had changed. They stirred more, stood taller, sniffed the air through the cracks in the wood. Then at last, I heard that voice again, calm, clear, the same voice that had first called my name all those years ago. Come out. No more waiting. We opened the doors. It was quiet outside. No voices, then no cities, no roads, just wind, trees, and the soft sounds of animals stretching, blinking into the sunlight. One by one, we guided them out. The birds flew first, soaring high into the blue sky. Then the deer, the foxes, the cattle. They moved slowly at first, cautious, then more freely. They scattered gently, not rushing, as if they understood this was a new beginning. My wife stepped out after them. Her feet touched the earth, and she knelt down, running her fingers through the dirt. She didn't say anything. She just closed her eyes and smiled. My sons followed, their wives too. We stood there for a moment, all of us, breathing deep. The smell of soil, of wind, of trees waking up again, it filled our lungs like the world itself was exhaling. Then I dropped to my knees. I pressed my forehead to the ground, not out of fear, out of awe, out of thanks. We didn't deserve to be here. We hadn't earned anything. We had only listened, obeyed, waited, and now here we were, alive, safe, together. I built an altar right there, stones stacked with care just like my grandfather had taught me. I gathered wood, lit a fire, and offered a sacrifice, not because God needed it, but because I needed to give something, anything. It was my way of saying, I remember, I trust you, I thank you. The smoke rose gently into the sky. We watched in silence, and then I saw it, a shimmer, a band of color, stretching from one edge of the sky to the other, soft at first, then clearer, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, a bow of light in the clean, open sky. It was beautiful, not just because of the colors, but because of what it meant. I didn't need a voice to explain it. I could feel it in my chest. This wasn't just for me. It wasn't just decoration. It was a promise, a reminder that we were not forgotten, that even after judgment there is mercy, even after loss there can be peace. The wind blew gently through our clothes, the trees rustled, the animals grazed in quiet freedom. My family stood close, arms around each other. No one spoke. We just stared up at that rainbow, letting the colors sink into our hearts. A sign in the sky, a promise on the earth. We were home. My grandfather used to tell me stories at night, always the same one, but I never got tired of hearing it. He'd sit by the fire, rubbing his hands together, and say, "You know, boy, we come from survivors. Long ago, there was a great flood. Water rose above the mountains. Everything was washed away. But our ancestors, Noah and his sons, they built a boat, a big one, saved the animals, saved the people, saved us." I didn't understand all of it at the time, but I could picture it, the waves, the thunder, the animals lining up 2 by 2. He said it was a punishment sent by heaven because people had become too cruel, too selfish. It washed the world clean, he'd whisper, so we could begin again. After that flood, our people stayed close. We didn't wander. We built little houses, grew food, herded sheep. We all spoke the same language. That made things easier. No one argued over words. A nod meant yes. A smile meant peace. And when someone cried, we all understood. I remember my childhood feeling quiet, but full. We had enough. Not too much, not too little. I carried water from the river, fed goats, played with my cousins in the dirt. Life was plain, but it was steady. Sometimes the old ones would say, "As long as we stay together, we'll be safe." I believed them. I was just a boy, but I believed that if we stuck close, if we spoke the same words and worked the same fields, nothing bad would happen again. Then one day, something changed. It was hot. I remember that. The air felt thick. Dust floated in the sunlight like little spirits. We had all gathered in the middle of the camp, probably to hear the elders speak. That wasn't unusual. But this time, everyone looked a little more alert, like something was about to happen. Then Lamech stood up. He was the oldest man in the tribe. His beard was long, almost to his waist. His eyes were pale and cloudy, but they still seemed to see everything. When he spoke, everyone listened. No one dared interrupt. He said slowly, "We've been quiet for too long. Look around you. We are many. We are strong. We speak one language, yet we build small things, walls, huts, fences. But what if we built something greater?" People glanced at each other. A few raised eyebrows. Someone laughed softly. Then he raised his arm toward the sky. "What if we built a tower?" he said. "A tower so high it touches heaven itself. A tower that says, 'We are here and we are not afraid.' A tower that no flood can ever reach." And then he added, with a small smile, "Let us make a name for ourselves." The clearing went still. Even the children stopped fidgeting. No one said a word for a long breath. I remember staring at the sky, squinting into the light. A tower? To the heavens? I didn't even know what heaven looked like. Then someone clapped, and then another, and suddenly people were cheering, clapping, laughing, slapping each other on the back. They were excited, more excited than I had ever seen them. That same afternoon, people began gathering stones. Others started mixing mud for bricks. Someone yelled, "We'll need more hands." And just like that, we were building. I was assigned to carry bricks. It was hard work, especially in the heat, but I didn't complain. No one did. We all felt like we were doing something big, something bigger than any of us had ever imagined. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay on my mat, arms sore, palms blistered, but my mind racing. I kept picturing the tower not as it was, just a pile of bricks, but as it could be, reaching into the clouds, maybe even above them. Maybe we really could touch heaven. I didn't know what heaven would feel like, but now, for the first time in my life, I thought, maybe we could find out. We learned to make bricks from mud and straw. We let them bake in the sun until they were hard as stone. We mixed the mortar ourselves, sticky, dark, and heavy, and spread it between the bricks like jam between bread. At first, the work felt slow, a few walls here, a few steps there, but then it picked up. People started figuring things out, better ways to stack, to lift, to reach higher. We built ramps and wooden scaffolding. The older men taught the younger ones how to balance loads. Even the women and children helped carry water. We were proud. Every day the tower rose higher. At sunset, its shadow stretched farther and farther, over our tents, over our sheep pens, even into the nearby fields. I remember walking home one evening and realizing the tower's shadow had touched the river. That night, no one talked about dinner. everyone just stared at the sky. There was a strange energy in the air. It buzzed through us. Even when we were tired, we didn't stop. It felt like we couldn't stop. One man shouted from halfway up the tower, This is something no one has ever done before." And people below cheered back, "We're going to reach the sky." Another said, "Let the heavens remember us." And someone else answered, "They will." Even I started to believe it. When I closed my eyes at night, I dreamed I was climbing endless stairs. Above me was light, warm, golden, like the sun, but softer. I climbed, and just as I reached the top, I don't know what I saw. A door, maybe, or a figure, or nothing at all. But I always woke up before I found out. The strange thing was, no one talked about the flood anymore. Not even grandfather. Not even the old ones. The flood used to be the reason for everything. Why we stayed close. Why we built things low and strong. Why we never traveled too far. But now, it was like it never happened. Instead, people said things like, "We're stronger than we've ever been," or "We don't need to fear anything now." Some even said, "We're becoming gods." I didn't say much. I was younger than most, and my job was just to carry bricks and mix mortar. But I listened, and I watched. People were louder now, more excited, but also more restless. We didn't sing the same work songs we used to. We stopped gathering in the evenings to share stories. Everyone just worked and worked. The tower was beautiful, though, truly. It was round, wide at the bottom, and narrowing as it climbed. We built it with patterns, dark and light bricks, in spirals and rows. Someone painted symbols on the side, but I didn't know what they meant. I remember one morning, I looked up and couldn't see the top anymore. It was swallowed by clouds. That made people even more thrilled. "We've reached the heavens," they cried. But deep down, I wasn't sure. I started having another kind of dream. In this one, I was climbing again, but the stairs began to shake. My hands couldn't find the railing. My feet slipped. I kept climbing, but I wasn't going anywhere. The sky above me stretched further and further away, and I felt so small, so quiet. I never told anyone about that dream. One night, after a long day of hauling stones, I sat by myself near the base of the tower. The bricks were warm from the sun. My arms were sore. The stars were just beginning to show. And I remember thinking, why are we really doing this? Is it to be together, or is it because we're afraid? Afraid of being forgotten? Afraid of being small again? I didn't know. Maybe it didn't matter. The tower kept rising either way, and every morning we all got up and kept building, brick by brick, stone by stone, towards something we couldn't even name. It started with the sky. A few days before everything changed, people began to notice strange things overhead. The clouds weren't moving the way they usually did. They would swirl and pause like they were watching us. Birds flew in odd patterns, circling the tower, then vanishing altogether. One evening, a dark shape passed across the sun just before it set. Not a bird, not a cloud, just something. It made everyone quiet for a moment, but then someone laughed and said, "Even the sky's curious about our tower." We laughed too and went back to work. But at night, the stars seemed wrong. They blinked faster, and some didn't show up at all. A few of the older workers whispered about omens. One man said he saw fire in the sky. Another said he heard music, but not from earth. I didn't know what to think. The tower was almost beyond sight now. Every day we worked higher. Every night I slept deeper. And yet, I started waking up with a feeling in my chest, like the wind had changed direction, like something was coming. Then one morning, it happened. I remember it so clearly. The sky was gray, not stormy, just dull, the kind of light that makes everything feel heavier. I was on the lower level of the tower, stacking bricks as usual. I picked up a flat red one and turned to hand it to Eli, the man next to me. We'd done this together for weeks. "Here," I said, nodding toward the brick. He looked at me strangely, like I'd just made a joke he didn't get. I tried again. "Take the brick, Eli." He squinted. Ma, Shella? I froze. "What?" "Shella," he said again, louder. It didn't sound like any word I knew. It didn't even sound like a joke. I laughed nervously. "Come on, stop messing around." He just stared at me. Then someone nearby dropped a bucket. It hit the stone floor with a loud crack. Another man shouted something I didn't understand. Someone answered back in another language I'd never heard. The sounds bounced around the tower like echoes from another world. And just like that, everything changed. No one could understand each other. Orders turned into gibberish. Questions became arguments. Arguments turned into shouting. Shouting turned into chaos. Bricks fell. Buckets spilled. A whole section of the tower's scaffolding collapsed because someone misunderstood a command. Tools were thrown. Walls cracked. People blamed each other, accused each other of lying, of tricking, of betraying. But the truth was, we were all just confused. I tried to speak to my cousin. We grew up together, shared a tent. But when I called his name, he stared at me like I was a stranger. Then he shouted something sharp, something that sounded angry, but I couldn't tell. I backed away. It was like a fever had swept through the camp, a fever of noise. Words no longer made sense. Hand signals failed. Even pointing brought confusion. Some people cried. Others just walked away. That night, the tower stood still. The fires burned low. The songs were gone. The air felt hollow, like the sky itself had taken a step back. By the second day, more than half the people were gone. Some packed quietly. Others left in angry groups, speaking strange words to each other, like forming tribes without even knowing it. On the third day, I climbed partway up the tower. I passed a few workers, but we didn't speak. We just looked at each other, tired and lost. I sat near the edge, staring out at the fields. The tower was still there. It hadn't fallen. It hadn't broken. But it was silent now. Dead, almost. We couldn't build anymore, not because we didn't have bricks, not because we lacked strength, but because we no longer had words. The camp emptied out slowly, like a jar of water tipped on its side. At first, people left in groups, families, friends, those who still somehow understood each other. They packed what they could, tools, blankets, bits of food. Some cried, some just walked away in silence. Our old campfires went out, one by one. No one bothered to light new ones. I stayed behind for a while. A few of us did. We were the ones who had no one to leave with. Or maybe we just weren't ready. I don't know. Eventually, I followed a small group south into a quiet valley where the hills were soft and the rivers ran clear. We didn't say much on the way. What was there to say? We had all lost something, and none of us had the words to name it. In time, we built new homes, small ones, nothing like the tower. We used simple tools, simple methods. It felt strange starting over, but it also felt calmer. Little by little, we began to speak again. Not the old language, but something new. It had fewer words, softer sounds, but somehow it worked. A gesture here, a look there. We found ways to mean things again. At first, I hated how different it all sounded. It felt like betrayal, like forgetting who we were. But eventually, I realized it wasn't forgetting. It was surviving. Now years have passed. Sometimes I dream of the tower. In the dream, it's even taller than I remember. So tall, the top disappears into stars. I start to climb slowly, step by step. I don't feel tired. I don't feel afraid. I just keep going. But I never reach the top. The stairs stretch on forever. The wind grows colder the higher I go. And then I wake up. Every time. I never see what's up there. Sometimes, when the sky is especially clear, I lie on my back and stare upward. I think about what we built. I think about what we lost. And I wonder if we hadn't reached so high, if we had just stayed close, stayed humble, would things have turned out different? No one can answer that, not even the sky. But I still remember the tower, and I always will. It was a quiet night, the kind of stillness where you can hear your own breath, feel your heartbeat. I was lying on the roof of my father's house in Ur, staring at the sky. The stars blinked like they were keeping secrets. And then, without sound or thunder, without wind or fire, I heard him. Not with my ears, no. It was deeper than that. It was like a voice inside my bones, soft but certain. Leave your country, leave your relatives, leave your father's house. Go to the land I will show you. I sat up slowly. My heart was racing. I looked around. Nothing had changed. The city walls still stood. The temple fires still flickered. The animals were quiet. But inside me, everything was different. I was 75 years old. I wasn't looking for a new beginning. I had land, servants, a name that people respected. I knew the streets of Ur like the lines on my palm. My memories lived here, my childhood, my family, the people I loved. But the voice didn't ask me what I wanted. It simply said, go. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat under the stars, wondering, praying, listening. Something inside me told me the voice was real. And more than that, it was good, trustworthy, pure. I didn't know who this God was yet, not really. But I knew I had heard him, and I knew I had to obey. The next morning I told Sarai, my wife, my companion, my best friend. She looked at me with those steady eyes of hers and said, then we'll go? No fear, no protest, just quiet trust. That was Sarai. She didn't need to understand. She just held my hand, and that was enough. We packed our things slowly. I told my father, Tara. He didn't understand, but he came with us for a time. So did my nephew, Lot. We took servants, tents, goats, camels, everything we could carry. We didn't even know where we were going, just that we had to go. Leaving was harder than I thought. I touched the doorpost of my house one last time. I walked the streets of Ur, memorizing the cracks in the walls, the smell of the market, the sound of distant music. I didn't cry, but I felt something break open in me, a quiet grief mixed with hope. The road was long, dry, lonely. Some days the sun felt like it was burning straight through my skin. Other days the wind howled like a warning. We walked and walked, through hills, across rivers, into silence. At night we made camp. Sarai would prepare a small meal. Lot would gather wood. I would pitch the tent. Then, when all was quiet, I'd lie on the ground and look up. The stars were the same stars I had seen in Ur, but now they looked different, like they were following me, or maybe leading me. One night I asked Sarai, "Do you think we're crazy?" She smiled, that little half smile of hers. "No, I think we're brave." I laughed. It felt good to laugh, even out there, even in the unknown. Her courage gave me strength. Her presence was my comfort. Days turned into weeks. The scenery kept changing, but inside me, something stayed still, a quiet kind of peace. I didn't know where we were headed, but I trusted the one who called me. That was enough. I started building small altars, piles of stones, nothing fancy, just a way to say thank you, to mark the moments when he felt especially near. Sometimes I'd stand alone before the altar, close my eyes and whisper, "I'm still here. I'm still following." People thought I was foolish, a man my age dragging his wife and animals across the wilderness, chasing a voice only he could hear. But I didn't feel foolish. I felt chosen. One evening, Sarai and I sat by the fire. The wind was calm, the sky so clear it was like glass. We didn't say much. We just watched the flames, listened to the night. And in that quiet moment, I realized something. I wasn't afraid anymore. I missed my home. I missed my people. But I didn't want to go back. Not because of what was behind me, but because of what was ahead. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it was good. I could feel it in the stillness. We kept walking, camp after camp, step after step. The land began to change. There were trees again, green hills, birds I'd never seen before. It felt like the edge of something holy. And all the while, I carried his words in my heart. "I will make you into a great nation. I will bless you. I will make your name great. And through you, all the families of the earth will be blessed." I didn't know how that could happen. I had no children. I was just a wanderer in tents. But the words stuck to my soul like honey, sweet, strong, unshakable. That night I lay beside Sarai, under the open sky, her breathing slow and steady, the stars above us burning quietly. And I whispered again, "I'm still here. I'm still following." We finally arrived in Canaan. The air smelled different, fresh, like it had never been breathed before. The land stretched out in waves of green and gold, hills rolling like gentle shoulders, trees standing quiet like they were listening. Everything felt wide open, free, strange, but full of promise. I walked slowly at first, letting my feet sink into this new soil. I didn't know exactly where we were supposed to stop, but when we reached the great tree of Moreh, something inside me said, "This is it." That night, as the fire crackled and the stars returned to their places above me, I built an altar. Just stones, stacked by hand, nothing impressive. But it was the first thing I ever made in this land. Not a tent, not a wall, not a fence. An altar, a thank you, a marker, a memory. I didn't see the full picture, but I knew this land was a gift. We moved camp after that slowly, step by step, like we were learning the rhythm of the land. Every place we stopped, I built another altar, each one a whisper to the God who had led us this far, each one a reminder that I was still listening. But then, things changed. The grass grew thin, the ground cracked under our feet, streams dried up, the animals grew restless. We waited for rain, but none came. Day after day, the heat pressed down harder. Our food stores grew smaller. The goats grew weak. Sarai's face grew pale. I prayed. I waited. I watched the sky. And then I made a decision, not because of faith, but because of fear. I turned us south toward Egypt. I know now that wasn't where he wanted us to go. He had led us to Canaan. But when hunger knocked on our door, I panicked. I didn't hear his voice this time. Or maybe I just didn't stop long enough to listen. The journey to Egypt was long, dusty, heavy. Sarai never complained, but I saw the worry in her eyes. I tried to stay strong, tried to act like I had a plan. But the truth was, I didn't. And as we approached the gates of the city, another fear took hold of me. A different one. Not about food, but about Sarai. She was beautiful. Even after all these years, her beauty hadn't faded. I saw the way men looked at her. I knew the way things worked in foreign cities. If Pharaoh saw her, he could take her. And if he knew she was my wife, he might kill me. So I said, "Tell them you're my sister." She looked at me in silence. I think that silence hurt more than if she had shouted, but she agreed. And just like I feared, the Egyptians noticed her right away. They praised her beauty before Pharaoh. She was taken into his palace. I was given gifts: cattle, silver, gold, servants. It felt like a curse wrapped in luxury. I had never felt so ashamed. I walked through the halls of Egypt, heavy with guilt. I couldn't sleep and I couldn't pray. I had told myself I was protecting us, but deep down I knew I had failed her. I had failed him, and yet God didn't abandon me. Strange things started happening in Pharaoh's household: illness, restlessness, trouble. He called for me in anger, and somehow he knew. He knew Sarai was my wife. And still, he didn't kill me. He just told us to leave, told us to take everything and go. And so we left, with Sarai by my side, with the animals, the silver, the servants, with my heart bruised but still beating, with a new kind of silence between us, one that I would spend many nights trying to heal. We walked out of Egypt, back into the wilderness. The land was still dry. The way was still long. But I knew now I never want to lead with fear again. I had built altars in Canaan. I had spoken prayers into the wind. But it took Egypt for me to see something deeper. God wasn't only in the beautiful places. He was also in the broken ones. Even when I lied, even when I failed, even when I tried to fix things my own way, he stayed near. When we crossed back into the land he had shown me, the first thing I did was return to the place of the altar, the first one, near Bethel. I didn't say much, just stood there, quiet, humbled, grateful. And this time I whispered, not, I'm still following, but something softer. I'm still yours. It began with arguments, not between me and Lot, but between the men who worked for us. Our herds had grown large. The land between Bethel and Ai, where we had pitched our tents, was no longer enough. There wasn't enough grass, not enough water. Every day I heard more shouting, my servants accusing his servants blaming mine. Tension hung in the air like heat. I hated it. Lot was family, my nephew, like a son to me. We had traveled together, suffered together, celebrated together. I didn't want a rift between us. So one morning, as the sun climbed over the hills, I called him aside. There shouldn't be fighting between us, I told him. We're brothers, you and I. The land is wide. If you go left, I'll go right. If you go right, I'll go left. Lot looked out at the plains below. The land to the east, near the Jordan Valley, was lush, green, fertile, almost too perfect, like a garden. His eyes lit up when he saw it. He chose that land, near the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, and I watched him go. I stayed behind in the hill country of Canaan. It was drier, quieter, more rugged, but something in my heart felt light, like peace had returned to the camp. Sarai said nothing about Lot's choice. She only stood beside me as she always did, calm and steady. That night I walked away from the tents, just me and the stars. And then I heard him again, not in thunder, not in wind, just that same stillness that had spoken to me before, a presence, gentle but strong. Abram, he said, lift up your eyes, look north and south, east and west. All the land you see, I will give it to you and to your offspring forever. I looked around. The land stretched far in every direction. Silent hills, dark trees, quiet earth. It was beautiful, yes, but empty. I had no children, no son, no daughter, no heir. Just the promise floating in the night air. Then he said, I will make your descendants like the dust of the earth. If anyone could count the dust, then your descendants could be counted. I stood there in the darkness, feet pressed against the ground, dust beneath my sandals, stars above my head, and a silence inside me, too deep for words. I walked back to the tents and found Sarai asleep, her hand resting near the fire's dying glow. I lay beside her, staring at the roof of the tent, trying to picture what he had said. Dust, stars, children I hadn't yet met, a future I couldn't yet see. But I believed him, even though my arms were empty, even though Sarai's womb was still silent. Something in his voice made it impossible not to trust. He didn't just give me a promise, he gave me peace. We moved again, further into the land. I built another altar near the oaks of Mamre. It became our home base, a place to rest between wanderings, a place to pray. Then one night, he came to me again, in a vision. Don't be afraid, Abram, he said. I am your shield, your very great reward. I wanted to believe that. I truly did. But that night, something rose up in me, a quiet ache I had kept buried too long. I said, Lord, what can you give me? since I remain childless. You say you will bless me, but who will carry my name? A servant in my house? It felt strange, speaking so openly. But he didn't rebuke me. He simply brought me outside. Look up at the sky, he said. I did. The stars were everywhere, countless, shimmering, whispering. Count them if you can, he said. So shall your descendants be. And I stood there, mouth slightly open, heart strangely full. I couldn't count them, but I believed. That moment became part of me. I didn't understand how it would happen or when, but I chose to believe that the God who spoke stars into the sky could also speak life into our future. Then something even deeper happened. He told me to prepare a sacrifice, not for him, but with him. I took a heifer, a goat, a ram, each 3 years old, and also a dove and a young pigeon. I cut the larger animals in two, placing the halves opposite each other, as was the ancient custom. The birds I left whole. I waited. Hours passed. The sun dipped low. Buzzards came down, and I drove them away. Darkness gathered like a cloak. And then something holy fell. A thick, terrifying darkness. Not evil, but heavy. Sacred. I felt my knees buckle. My breath slowed. And into that darkness, he spoke again. He told me my descendants would be strangers in a land not their own, oppressed for 400 years. But afterward, they would come out with great possessions. He said I would die in peace at a good old age. I trembled. Then I saw it. A smoking firepot, a blazing torch. They passed between the pieces of the sacrifice, walking the path I should have walked, as if God himself were saying, if I break my promise, let me be broken. That night, under that terrifying darkness and brilliant light, he made a covenant with me. Not just a promise, a binding vow. And in the silence that followed, I knew I wasn't alone. I had never been. He had chosen me, spoken to me, walked with me. And now he had made it official with fire and smoke, dust and stars. The days turned into years. The years turned into silence. We waited and waited. Each morning I opened my eyes to an empty tent. Each night I listened to Sarai's soft breathing and the quiet absence of a child's cry. At first we told ourselves, it just isn't time yet. But after enough years, it began to sound like a lie we whispered to keep hope from slipping away. I was growing old, Sarai even older. We counted the lines on each other's faces more often than we counted the stars. She tried to smile, tried to believe, but I saw it in her eyes. She was tired, tired of waiting, tired of hoping, tired of holding her breath every time her body felt different, only to be disappointed again and again. One day, Sarai came to me with an idea. Her voice was calm, too calm. You know what the Lord said, she told me, but maybe he meant for it to happen a different way. Maybe it's not through me. Maybe it's through her. She gestured toward Hagar, her Egyptian servant, young, quiet, strong. I want you to sleep with her, Sarai said. Maybe I can build a family through her. I didn't answer right away. I should have waited longer. I should have prayed. But her voice sounded so tired, her eyes so resigned, and the waiting had been so hard, so I agreed. That night, Hagar came into my tent. She didn't say much. I didn't either. We just did what Sarai had suggested, and soon she's with child. At first, it seemed like a solution. We smiled again, made plans again, spoke of the future again. But the peace was short-lived. Hagar's gaze began to shift, no longer submissive, no longer quiet. She looked at Sarai differently now, with a tilt of pride, a sliver of superiority, a knowing smirk. And Sarai, her pain boiled into bitterness. She looks down on me now, she said one evening. I gave her into your arms, and now she mocks me. I tried to reason, tried to reassure, but the words fell flat. Sarai began treating Hagar harshly. Hagar ran away. It all unraveled so quickly. What had seemed like a solution turned into sorrow. What we thought was helping God turned out to be resisting him. Hagar returned eventually, changed, quieter, and when the child was born, we named him Ishmael. God hears. Because even in our mess, God had heard the cry of the brokenhearted. I loved my son. He was mine, my blood, my flesh. He laughed, he played, he followed me around the camp. He brought life into our tent. But something in me knew this wasn't the promised one. This wasn't the way. Still, I tried to believe that maybe, just maybe, this was enough. Then came that day. I was 99 years old. I stood outside the tent, as I had done so many mornings before, when I felt his presence again, thick, warm, undeniable. He spoke, not in a whisper this time, but in a voice that felt like thunder wrapped in tenderness. I am God Almighty. Walk before me and be blameless. I bowed low, and he continued, I am making my covenant between me and you. You will be the father of many nations. No longer will you be called Abram. Your name will be Abraham, for I have made you a father of many nations. Abraham, father of many. He changed my name, and then he said something even harder to believe. As for Sarai, your wife, you are no longer to call her Sarai. Her name will be Sarah. I will bless her and surely give you a son by her. I laughed, not out loud, not rudely, but quietly inside myself, because I was almost 100, and Sarah, now Sarah, was 90. Could this really be happening? Could it still be for us? I fell face down and whispered, if only Ishmael might live under your blessing. But he gently corrected me. Yes, I will bless Ishmael, but your wife Sarah will bear you a son. You will call him Isaac. Isaac, laughter, and suddenly all the years of silence, all the waiting, all the trying to fix things ourselves, they melted in that moment. He hadn't forgotten. He still called us, still chose us, still spoke to us by name. My name was different now. Her name too. It was more than a new identity. It was a new beginning. The waiting had not been wasted. It was an ordinary day. The sun was high. the air dry and still. I sat at the entrance of my tent near the great trees of Mamre, letting the breeze touch my face. I was almost 100 years old, but I still woke early and checked the camp, spoke with the herdsmen, and made sure the tents were in good order. It gave me peace. Then I saw them, 3 men, standing not far off in the heat of the day. I don't know how I knew they were different. Maybe it was the stillness around them. Maybe it was the way they simply stood there, not speaking, not moving. I ran to greet them, bowed low to the ground, and said, "My lords, if I have found favor in your eyes, don't pass your servant by. Let me bring a little water, and you can wash your feet and rest under this tree. Let me get you something to eat, so you can be refreshed." They nodded. "Very well," one of them said. "Do as you say." I rushed back to the tent. "Quick," I told Sarah. "Need some flour, make fresh bread." Then I picked out a tender calf and had a servant prepare it. I brought curds, milk, and meat and set the meal before them. They ate under the tree while I stood nearby watching. Then one of them asked a question that made my breath catch. "Where is your wife Sarah?" "In the tent," I replied, glancing back nervously. He said, "I will return to you around this time next year, and Sarah, your wife, will have a son." Behind us, in the entrance of the tent, Sarah was listening. She laughed, not loud, not mocking, just a quiet, breathless laugh of disbelief. She was nearly 90. Her body had long stopped giving signs of life. Month after month, year after year, hope had drained from her like water from cracked stone. But the man, who I now understood was no ordinary man, turned and said, "Why did Sarah laugh? Is anything too hard for the Lord?" There was no answer, only the soft rustle of the wind through the branches. That night, Sarah didn't speak much. She sat beside the fire, staring into the flames, her hands resting on her lap. But there was a softness in her silence, a flicker of warmth behind her eyes. And a year later, it happened. I still remember the moment. Sarah's cry broke through the tent wall, then the voice of the midwife, then silence, thick and trembling. Then I heard it, a tiny sound, a wail, a baby, my son. I stepped into the tent and saw Sarah holding him, tears on her face and joy like sunlight in her eyes. We named him Isaac, which means laughter, because that's what God gave us. Laughter after sorrow, joy after waiting, life after silence. The camp was filled with singing. Servants brought gifts. Neighbors came from miles around to see the miracle. Sarah laughed openly now and said, "God has brought me laughter, and everyone who hears about this will laugh with me." I held him close, the son of promise. He smelled of milk and wool, and when he smiled in his sleep, I felt something in me heal. I had waited so long to feel the weight of a child in my arms. Years passed. Isaac grew. He was full of questions, curious, bright, always asking why the stars shone or why sheep walked in herds. He liked walking beside me, mimicking my stride, pretending to be the shepherd. He was everything I had dreamed of, and more. Then one morning, God spoke again. This time, the words pierced deeper than any sword. "Abraham," he said. "Here I am," I replied, as I always did. "Take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you." I couldn't speak. The world around me blurred. I looked at Isaac, his sandals by the tent flap, his smile as he fed the lambs, the way he called Sarah Ima, and I heard it again. "Your son, whom you love." But I obeyed. The next morning I saddled a donkey, took 2 servants, took Isaac, took the wood. We traveled for 3 days. Isaac held my hand. He asked questions. "Where's the lamb, Abba?" I told him, "God will provide, my son." And I prayed with every step that somehow he would. We reached the mountain. I left the servants behind and climbed the slope with Isaac beside me. We built the altar together. I laid the wood, and then I told him. He looked into my eyes. I don't know what he saw: fear, pain, love, surrender. But he didn't run. He didn't fight. He trusted me. I laid him on the wood. I raised the knife. And then I heard it. "Abram, Abram." "I'm here," I cried, my voice breaking. "Do not lay a hand on the boy. Do not do anything to him. Now I know that you fear God, because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son." I dropped the knife. I collapsed in tears. Then I saw it, a ram caught in the thicket by its horns. We sacrificed it instead. I called that place Yahweh Yireh, the Lord will provide. Because on the mountain he did, and I understood then. God didn't want to take my son. He wanted my heart, my trust, and now I could finally give it. My name is Jacob. My father is Isaac. My grandfather was Abraham, the one who followed God into a land no one knew. I had a twin brother, Esau. He came out first, red and covered with hair like a little cloak. I came out right after, holding his heel. That's how I got my name, Jacob, the one who grabs. From the moment we were born, it felt like I was chasing him. Esau grew fast, strong, loud, fearless. He spent his days in the fields hunting and came home with blood on his hands and stories in his mouth. My father loved him, said he was a man's man. He said he reminded him of himself. I was different. I liked quiet places, smooth thoughts. I stayed in the tents, listening to the women talk, learning how to cook, how to wait. My mother, Rebecca, understood me. She saw what others didn't. Still, I was always second. Esau came first. He got the attention, the honor, the birthright. People smiled when they saw him. They nodded when he spoke. I was there too, always just a little behind. I didn't fight with my fists, but I thought a lot. I paid attention. I waited. One day, Esau came in from the fields, looking like he was about to fall over. He threw his bow on the ground and dropped to his knees, eyes fixed on the stew I was making. "I'm starving," he said. "Give me some of that red stuff." It was lentil stew, hot, thick, spiced, just right. The smell filled the tent. "You want some?" I asked. "I'm dying here." "Come on, give me some." "You can have it," I said, but trade me your birthright." He laughed. "What good is a birthright if I die of hunger?" "Swear it," I said, "right now." And he did, just like that. He gave up his place as the firstborn for a bowl of stew. I handed it to him and watched him eat like nothing had happened. But something had. From that day on, the birthright was mine. Time passed. Our father grew old. His eyes went dim. He knew his days were numbered, so one morning he called Esau into his tent. "Go hunt for me," he said. "Make me a meal I love. Then I'll give you my blessing before I die." The blessing, the one thing greater than the birthright. Once spoken, it couldn't be taken back. It was like handing over the future itself. My mother overheard them. As soon as Esau left with his bow, she came to find me. "You have to go in his place," she whispered. "Bring me 2 young goats. I'll make the food your father loves. You'll take it to him, and he'll bless you instead." "But he'll know," I said. "Esau is hairy. I'm smooth." "I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong," she said. "Just do what I say." So I did. I brought her the goats. She cooked the meat just the way my father liked. Then she dressed me in Esau's clothes, wrapped goatskins around my hands and neck, and handed me the plate. My heart was pounding as I stepped into the tent. I tried to lower my voice. "My father," I said. "Who are you?" "My son." "I'm Esau," I said. "Your firstborn." He sounded uncertain. "How did you hunt so quickly?" "God gave me success," I said. "Come closer," he said. I moved in. He touched my hands. "The voice is Jacob's," he said, "but the hands are Esau's." He ate the food. He drank the wine. Then he leaned over me and placed his hand on my head. His voice was tired but strong. "May God give you the dew of heaven and the richness of the earth. May nations serve you. May your brothers bow to you. Those who curse you will be cursed. Those who bless you will be blessed." I stood still, holding my breath, and just like that, it was done. I left the tent quietly, trying not to shake. I thought I had made it. I thought the struggle was over. Then Esau came home. He made the meal, walked into the tent, and said, "Here I am, Father." My father froze. "Who are you?" "I'm Esau," he said, "your firstborn." Isaac trembled. "Then who was just here?" They both knew. Esau let out a cry I will never forget. It echoed across the camp like something wild had broken loose. "Bless me too, Father," he begged. "Is there nothing left for me?" "I've already given him everything," my father said. "He will rule over you now." Esau turned cold. His eyes locked on mine like a hunter on prey. "As soon as Father dies," he said, "I'll kill Jacob." My mother heard. She came to me that night with fear in her voice. "You have to go," she said. "Run to my brother Laban. Stay there until your brother calms down." I packed what I could carry. No servants, no animals, just me and my staff. I left everything behind. The tents, the fields, the voices, the stories, the father I had tricked, the brother I had stolen from. I walked into the night, into the unknown, carrying a blessing that wasn't meant to be mine and a fear that wouldn't leave my side. I was on the run, alone, with nothing but a walking stick and the clothes on my back. The land around me was dry and wide, the sky too quiet. Each step away from home felt heavier than the last. I didn't know where I was going. I just kept walking, thinking about Esau's face, my father's voice, my mother's last words. Somewhere in the distance was my Uncle Laban's house, but it felt like another world away. One night I was too tired to keep going. I found a flat patch of ground, grabbed a stone for a pillow, and lay down under the stars. I thought sleep would be cold and hard, but that night something strange happened. I dreamed. In my dream, there was a ladder. It stretched from the ground all the way to the sky. Angels were going up and down on it, moving between heaven and earth like they belonged to both. And above the ladder stood God himself. He said, "I am the Lord, the God of Abraham and of Isaac. This land you're lying on, I will give it to you and to your children. Your descendants will spread out in every direction, like dust in the wind, and through your family the whole world will be blessed. I am with you. I will watch over you wherever you go. I will bring you back to this land. I will not leave you until I have done what I promised." I woke up trembling. The sun was just rising. The stone under my head felt heavier somehow. I looked around and whispered, "God is in this place," and I didn't know it. I was afraid, but also full of wonder. I took the stone, stood it up, and poured oil on it. Then I made a vow. If God stays with me, gives me food and clothes, and brings me back home safely, then the Lord will be my God. With that, I kept walking. The road didn't feel quite so empty anymore. Days later, I saw a well in a field. 3 flocks of sheep lay nearby. As I approached, I noticed a girl coming with her sheep. She was beautiful. Something in me stopped. Her name was Rachel. I helped her water her sheep, then asked if she knew a man named Laban. "I'm his daughter," she said, smiling. That's how I found my uncle's home. When I told him who I was, he hugged me and said, "You are my own flesh and blood." He took me in, gave me a place to stay, and let me work with his flocks. At first, everything felt like a blessing. I worked hard and kept to myself. A month later, Laban said, "You shouldn't work for free. What should I pay you?" I answered without thinking, "I'll work 7 years for Rachel." He agreed. 7 years. That's how long I was willing to work just to marry her. It sounds long, but to me it felt like a few days. Every time I saw her, the time melted. I'd sweat under the sun all day, but her smile made it all worth it. Finally, the day came. The wedding feast was full of food and laughter. I drank. I celebrated. I danced. At night, in the darkness of the tent, my bride was brought to me. But in the morning, I saw her face. It wasn't Rachel. It was Leah, her older sister. I stumbled out of the tent and stormed to Laban. "What have you done to me? I worked 7 years for Rachel. Why did you trick me?" Laban said calmly, "It's not our custom to marry off the younger daughter before the older. Finish this bridal week, then I'll give you Rachel too, if you agree to work another 7 years. I was furious, but what could I do? I loved Rachel, so I agreed. I stayed with Leah for the 7-day wedding period. Then Laban gave me Rachel as well. 2 wives, 2 sisters, one home. It was not peaceful. Leah knew I loved Rachel more. She saw it in my eyes. I tried to be fair, but my heart was not even. God saw Leah's pain. He gave her sons, one after another. Rachel remained childless, and with each son Leah bore, the tension grew. Soon, both women gave me their servants to bear children too. Bilhah, Zilpah. More sons, more names, more tents filled with crying babies and jealous eyes. What started as love became something heavier. I still worked every day for Laban's flocks, but home was filled with noise, laughter, shouting, whispers, tears. 7 more years passed. I kept my promise. I had Rachel, but the cost was higher than I expected. 2 wives who competed for love, children who competed for attention, and me, caught in the middle, wondering what kind of man I was becoming. But I had seen the latter. I had heard God's voice, and deep down, I believed He was still with me, even in the mess. The years kept passing, and so did the children. Leah gave me sons, one after another. She named them with hope in her voice, thinking each time I might finally love her more. Rachel, still childless at first, grew bitter. She begged me, "Give me children, or I'll die," I told her. "I'm not God." But to her that wasn't enough. So she gave me her servant, Bilhah. 2 sons came through her. Leah, not wanting to fall behind, gave me her own servant, Zilpah. More sons, more names, more reasons for jealousy. Every birth was followed by whispers, sharp glances, and silent nights. Eventually, Rachel had a son. She named him Joseph, and just like that, she became even more dear to me. The tent she slept in became the one I always drifted toward, and that didn't help anything. Our home was full of life, but rarely peace. Between the 4 women and all the children, it felt like a small, loud village. Someone was always angry, someone was always left out, and someone was always being born. I tried to lead. I tried to be fair. But the truth is, I was tired. I was a shepherd by day, a husband and father by night, and somehow still the same Jacob, always stuck between 2 sides. Then came the matter of flocks. For years, I worked for Laban without complaint. I took care of his herds, grew his wealth, made sure nothing was lost. One day, I asked him, "When can I build something for my own family? What can I take as my wages?" He asked, "What do you want?" I said, "Let me take all the speckled and spotted sheep and all the dark-colored goats. They'll be mine. The pure ones can stay with you." It sounded fair. He agreed. But as always, Laban was tricky. That same day, he secretly removed all the speckled and spotted animals and gave them to his sons, sending them far away. He thought he'd outsmarted me, but I had a plan too. I placed peeled branches in the watering troughs, branches that were striped and spotted. I set them where the strong animals mated, and somehow God blessed it. The lambs that were born, strong, healthy, speckled, and mine. Soon my flocks were growing faster than his. My servants grew in number. My tents spread wider, and Laban's face grew colder. His sons whispered that I was stealing everything. Laban stopped smiling when he saw me. I could feel his eyes watching, his words sharpening. That's when God spoke again. "Go back to the land of your fathers," he said. "I'll be with you." So I called Rachel and Leah into the fields, away from the others. I told them everything, how their father had cheated me, how God had blessed me, how it was time to leave. They looked at each other, then nodded. Do whatever God has told you, they said. Our father sold us like property. He spent what you earned. We have nothing here. So we packed up, quietly, quickly, everything we owned, servants, children, flocks, we gathered it all. While Laban was away shearing his sheep, we slipped away like shadows. I didn't tell him. I couldn't. I knew he wouldn't let us go, not without a fight. For days we traveled. Then one morning word came. Laban was chasing us. He was only a day behind. That night I didn't sleep. I waited, listening to the wind, wondering if I had made a terrible mistake. But then God appeared to Laban in a dream and said, Don't say anything good or bad to Jacob. When he finally caught up to us, he was angry but careful. We argued. He searched my tents, thinking I had stolen his household gods. I hadn't, but Rachel had taken them and hidden them in a camel's saddle. Laban didn't find them. In the end, we made a covenant, a pile of stones as a witness. He would not come past that line to harm me. I promised the same. He kissed his daughters and grandchildren, then left. I watched him disappear into the hills, and for the first time in years, I breathed deeply. But peace didn't last. News came that Esau was coming, and not alone. 400 men were with him. I froze. After all these years, had he not forgotten? Had he come for revenge? I began dividing my people into groups, flocks, herds, children, wives. I told the servants to go ahead in waves, each group carrying gifts, goats, sheep, camels, cows, donkeys. When Esau sees you, tell him, These belong to your servant Jacob. He's coming behind us. Maybe, I thought, if I send enough gifts, if I bow enough times, if I call him Lord instead of brother, he'll forgive me. That night I couldn't sleep. I got up, took my wives and children across the stream, and sent them ahead. I stayed behind, alone. The stars were out, the wind was still, and I sat by the river, heart pounding, waiting for morning, and for whatever would come with it. The night before I met Esau, I stayed behind alone. I couldn't sleep. My thoughts were heavy, my body restless. I had crossed so many miles, escaped so many dangers, and now I was about to face the one person I had feared for most of my life. Then, out of the silence, a man appeared. I didn't know who he was. He didn't speak. He just came at me, and we wrestled. No weapons, no words, just hands and breath and dust. The struggle went on all night. He was strong. Every time I thought I had him, he pushed back harder. My arms ached, my legs trembled, but I wouldn't let go. I couldn't. It wasn't just a man. It felt like something more, like I was wrestling my past, my fear, even God himself. As dawn broke, he touched my hip, and pain shot through me. I couldn't stand straight, but still, I held on. Let me go, he said. Not unless you bless me, I answered. What is your name? He asked. Jacob. Not anymore, he said. From now on, you will be called Israel, because you have struggled with God and with men, and have prevailed. Then he blessed me. When I looked up, he was gone. I limped away from that place with a new name, a new wound, and a heart that felt different. I had seen God face to face, and somehow I was still alive. Morning came. I looked out and saw Esau approaching with his men. My breath caught in my throat. I bowed low 7 times as I walked toward him. I expected anger. I expected shouting, maybe even a sword. But he ran. He ran to me and threw his arms around me. He wept. So did I. All those years, all that fear melted away in that embrace. We stood there like brothers again, without tricks, without lies, just 2 sons of the same father. He asked about my family, my children, my flocks. I offered him gifts, and though he tried to refuse, I insisted. Seeing your face, I told him, is like seeing the face of God. We didn't travel together long. Our lives had gone in different directions. But that day, the weight on my chest lifted. I had come home, and I was not destroyed. Not long after, sorrow returned. Rachel was pregnant again. We were on the move, making our way toward Ephrath. She went into labor on the road. I held her hand, heard her cries. Something was wrong. She was fading. She gave birth to a son, but her voice was weak. She named him Ben-Oni, son of my sorrow. But I called him Benjamin, son of my right hand. Then she was gone. I buried her there beside the road. I set a stone on her grave. I still remember her laugh, the way her eyes lit up when she smiled. Of all the things I had lost and gained, losing her cut the deepest. Life went on. My children grew. One of them, Joseph, Rachel's first, was different. He dreamed, big dreams, strange dreams. He told his brothers, I saw all of you bowing to me. They didn't take it well. I should have known. I had made it too obvious. I loved him more. I gave him a beautiful robe. I trusted him with tasks the others didn't get. I thought he was special. Maybe I shouldn't have said it out loud. The brothers grew cold toward him. I saw it, but I didn't act fast enough. One day I sent Joseph to check on them in the fields. He never came back. They told me a wild animal had torn him apart. They handed me his robe, soaked in blood. I tore my clothes. I wept until I had no tears left. For days, weeks, months, I could barely speak his name. I said I would mourn until the day I died, but I kept going. The herds still needed tending. The tents still needed mending. Sons kept growing. Life didn't stop, even when my heart did. Now I am old. I sit at the edge of the camp and watch the sun go down. My hair is white. My body aches. But my family is here. My sons have sons. The tents stretch farther than I can count. I think back to the dream I once had of the ladder reaching up to heaven. I didn't understand it then. I still don't, not completely. But I've seen enough now to know God was there in every step, in every mistake, in every blessing and every wound. My name is Israel now. I've wrestled, I've wandered, I've wept. And somehow, through it all, God never let go of me. Hi, my name is Joseph. I was one of 12 sons. My father's name was Jacob, and he loved me more than all my brothers. He gave me this coat once, bright and colorful, like a rainbow you could wear. I remember the way my coat shimmered in the sun. It was long, full of colors, and unlike anything my brothers ever wore. My father gave it to me with a smile so warm it made my heart float. He loved me, and I knew it. Maybe too well, maybe too obviously. Every time I walked past my brothers, I could feel their eyes on me, not just watching, judging. They didn't say much, but their silence said everything. I wasn't just their younger brother anymore. I was the one who didn't belong, the one who had something they didn't. At first, I didn't understand. I just thought they were tired from work, or maybe I'd done something wrong without realizing it. I tried to be cheerful around them, tried to share what I was thinking, what I was dreaming. But that only made it worse. One night I had a dream. We were all out in the field, tying up bundles of grain. Suddenly, my bundle stood up straight, and all of theirs bowed down to it. When I woke up, I couldn't wait to tell them. I thought it was funny, even kind of amazing. I didn't mean anything by it, but their faces darkened. They didn't smile. One of them asked, "So, you think you're better than us now?" I tried to explain, but they were already walking away. Then I had another dream. This time, the sun, the moon, and 11 stars were bowing down to me. I told my father. Even he looked concerned. He didn't say much, but I could tell he was thinking hard about it. My brothers? They looked like they wanted to throw something at me. I stopped telling them my dreams after that. One day, my father asked me to go check on my brothers. They were out in the fields, far from home, tending the flocks. I said yes right away. I wanted to make peace with them. Maybe bring them some news, or just talk. Maybe things would be better this time. I never imagined I wouldn't come back. It was hot that day. Dust clung to my sandals. I walked for hours, asking strangers where my brothers had gone, until someone pointed me toward Dothan. I followed the path, not knowing I was walking toward the worst day of my life. I saw them before they saw me. They were sitting under a tree, resting. I waved and shouted their names. They didn't wave back. Later, I found out they saw me coming from far off and started talking about me before I even arrived. When I got close, they didn't greet me. No smiles, no hello, just angry eyes and quiet steps. And then, hands grabbing me, pulling off my coat. That beautiful coat, the one that made me feel loved. They tore it from me like it didn't matter at all. I didn't understand. I shouted their names. I asked them what they were doing. They didn't answer. They dragged me to a nearby pit, deep, dark, empty. Before I could even scream again, they threw me in. I hit the ground hard. The air rushed out of my lungs. It was cold down there, and the walls were too high to climb. I looked up and saw them, silhouettes against the sky. Then they were gone. I sat in the dirt, shaking. My knees scraped, my hands trembling. I called out. Nothing. I cried. Still nothing. Then I heard laughter. They were eating lunch. Just eating. While I sat at the bottom of a pit, scared and alone, I heard voices again, arguing. One of them wanted to leave me there to die. Another said no, that wasn't right. I didn't know who was saying what. I just knew they weren't talking about rescuing me. They were deciding what to do with me, like I was an object, not their brother. Hoofbeats, dust, camels, then rope. They pulled me up without a word. For a moment, I thought they'd change their minds. Maybe they were bringing me home. But I saw the strangers, men with dark eyes and foreign clothes, traders, merchants. I looked at my brothers, confused. Then I felt my hands tied. No one said goodbye. No one looked me in the eye. They sold me for 20 pieces of silver. I rode with the traders, arms tied, legs sore, my face still wet from crying. My coat was gone. My family was gone. I looked back, hoping to see someone chasing after us. No one came. The road to Egypt was long. The sun burned my neck. The camels walked slowly, each step a reminder that I wasn't free anymore. Every bump in the road hurt. I thought about home, about my father. Was he waiting for me at dinner? Was he wondering why I was late? I wanted to scream, but I stayed quiet. There was no one left to hear me. The journey to Egypt felt endless. Dust in my eyes, rope on my wrists, strangers all around. When we finally arrived, they sold me again, this time to a man named Potiphar. He was an officer of Pharaoh, a captain of the guard. His house was big, quiet, and full of rules. I was a servant now. No more dreams, no more colorful coat, just work. My first job was sweeping floors, big stone floors that seemed to collect dust faster than I could move. Then carrying water, heavy jars twice as big as my arms. Then washing clothes, rubbing fabric until my fingers were raw. I wasn't good at everything, but I worked hard. I didn't complain. I remembered who I was, even if no one else did. Time passed. Potiphar started to notice. He saw that I finished tasks before others, that I didn't argue, that I tried to do things right the first time. One day he asked me to bring him something. Then he asked me to help with records, then with managing the kitchen, then the whole house. Before I realized it, I was in charge of everything he owned. He trusted me. He gave me the keys, the lists, the decisions. He only worried about his food. Everything else was in my hands. It felt strange, being a slave, and yet so trusted. I stayed humble. I remembered where I came from. I thanked God quietly each morning, even if no one was listening. But then something happened, something I never saw coming. Potiphar's wife started noticing me too, but not the way her husband did. She watched me when I walked by. She started calling me closer. Her voice too sweet, her words too strange. One day, she asked me to lie with her. I froze. My heart beat faster. I said no. I told her, "Your husband trusts me. I can't betray him. I can't do this against God." But she didn't stop. Day after day, she tried again. I avoided her. I kept to my work. I didn't meet her eyes. Then came the worst day of all. No one else was in the house. She grabbed me by my cloak, her voice firm now, demanding. I ran. I didn't even think. I pulled away so fast my cloak tore off in her hands. I ran outside, heart pounding, hands shaking. She screamed. Servants came running. Guards followed. She held my cloak and pointed at me, her face full of lies. They didn't ask questions. Potiphar was furious. I couldn't blame him. His wife showed him the cloak. She told him a story that wasn't true. He didn't look at me. He just sent me to prison. Cold walls, iron bars, no light, no color, just silence. That's where I lived now. At first, I lay on the floor and stared at the ceiling. My back hurt. My throat stayed dry. I didn't speak much. I wondered if I'd stay there forever, if my name would ever be cleared. But I still worked. Even in the prison, I swept. I cleaned. I helped other prisoners with small things. And slowly, the guard began to trust me. I guess they saw something in me too. They gave me small responsibilities, then more. Soon, I was managing things inside the prison, just like I had in Potiphar's house. Then one day, 2 new men arrived. They weren't normal prisoners. One had been Pharaoh's cupbearer, the other, his baker. They looked nervous, like they weren't used to being locked up. I checked on them often. One morning, I found them both looking troubled. "What's wrong?" I asked. They looked up, surprised. "We both had dreams," one of them said, "but there's no one here to interpret them." I told them gently, "Interpretations belong to God, but tell me your dreams. I'll listen." The cupbearer went first. He said, "In my dream, there was a vine with 3 branches. It budded, blossomed, and clusters of grapes grew. I took the grapes and squeezed them into Pharaoh's cup and placed it in his hand. I nodded slowly. In 3 days, Pharaoh will lift you up and restore you to your position. You'll serve him again." His face lit up. I added softly, "When you're free, please remember me. Mention me to Pharaoh. I don't belong here." Then the baker spoke. He said, "In my dream, I had 3 baskets of bread on my head. The top basket had all kinds of baked goods for Pharaoh, but birds were eating from it." I paused. My heart sank. I didn't want to tell him the truth, but I had to. "In 3 days, Pharaoh will lift off your head and hang you. The birds will eat your flesh." He turned pale. 3 days later, it happened just like I said. The cupbearer was restored. The baker was executed. As the cupbearer walked out of prison, I stood near the bars and whispered, "Don't forget me." But he did. Days passed, then weeks, then months. I kept waiting for footsteps, for a door to open, for someone to call my name. Nothing came. I swept the same floors, ate the same bread, slept on the same cold ground. 2 full years went by, but I didn't stop trusting. Not completely, not even when everything seemed silent. I was lying on the prison floor, half asleep, when I heard footsteps, fast ones, then keys jingling, then the door swinging open. "Joseph," someone said, a little out of breath, "Pharaoh wants to see you." I sat up too quickly and hit my head on the wall. "Pharaoh?" I repeated, thinking I misheard. The guard didn't smile. "Get up, now." They didn't give me time to think. One man handed me clean clothes. Another brought a razor and a bowl of water. I looked in the water's reflection. My beard had grown wild. My hair was messy. My face looked tired, older. But my eyes still had hope. I shaved in silence, my hands shaking just a little. I didn't know what this was. A chance? A trap? A joke? I followed them through hallways I'd never seen, upstairs I didn't know existed. Light started to pour in. The walls changed from stone to polished marble, and then I was outside. Then I was in the palace. Then I was standing before Pharaoh. He didn't speak at first, just stared. He looked powerful, like someone used to being obeyed. His clothes shimmered. His ring caught the light when he raised his hand. "I've had a dream," he said. "No one can explain it, but I heard you can." I looked around. Everyone else was watching me, waiting, expecting. I took a slow breath. "I can't," I said quietly, "but God can. If He chooses, He'll give Pharaoh an answer." Pharaoh didn't look angry. That was a good sign. He began telling me the dream. "I was standing by the Nile," he said, "and out of the river came 7 cows, healthy, fat, beautiful. They grazed in the reeds. Then 7 other cows came up, thin, ugly, sickly. I've never seen anything like them in Egypt. And the thin cows ate the fat ones, but they stayed just as thin afterward. Then I woke up." He paused, then continued. "Then I fell asleep again and dreamed about 7 ears of grain, full, healthy, growing on a single stalk. After them came 7 more, thin, scorched by the east wind, and the thin ones swallowed the full ones. I told this to my magicians. They had no answer. I stood there quietly for a moment. Then I spoke. Pharaoh's dreams are one and the same. God is showing you what he is about to do." Pharaoh leaned forward. "The 7 healthy cows are 7 good years. The 7 full heads of grain, also 7 good years. There will be abundance in Egypt, but then," I looked him in the eyes, "then 7 years of famine will come, severe, crushing, so bad the good years will be forgotten." Pharaoh's face stayed still, but I saw something move behind his eyes. "Let Pharaoh appoint someone wise," I said, trying not to tremble. "Let him store grain during the good years, so when the famine comes, Egypt will have food, people won't die, cities won't fall." Silence. The room was completely quiet. Then Pharaoh turned to his advisors. "Can we find anyone like this man, one in whom the Spirit of God lives?" He looked back at me. "You shall be over my house, over my people. Only in the throne will I be greater than you." I didn't move. I didn't blink. He stood, took off his signet ring, slipped it onto my finger. He called for robes, fine ones white and gold. He gave me a gold chain, sandals, a new name, a chariot. Servants bowed. Officials stepped aside as I passed. The people shouted. Musicians played. I was taken through the streets of Egypt like I had always belonged there. But inside, I still felt like the boy with a torn coat. I thought of my father. Was he well? Was he still mourning me? Did he believe I was dead? I didn't have answers, but I had a mission now, a job too big to fully understand yet. The palace was big, loud, and full of strange customs. I smiled when I was expected to. I gave orders when asked. I learned to walk like a leader, to speak like a ruler. But at night, when everything was quiet again, I sat by the window and looked out at the stars. and I remembered the dreams I once had. The famine spread fast. It didn't just touch Egypt, it reached far and wide. People came from every direction, desperate to buy grain. I saw their faces every day, tired, worried, hungry. Some looked grateful, others looked ashamed. One morning I looked up from the grain records and froze. 10 men stood in front of me, dusty, bearded, worn by the sun and the road. But I knew them. I would have known them anywhere. My brothers, they didn't know me. I had changed. My clothes, my voice, the way I stood. And why would they ever expect to see me here? They bowed before me. The moment their knees touched the ground, something inside me shifted. My dream, the one I had when I was still a boy, it had come true. I kept my face still, my voice firm. I didn't speak to them like a brother. I spoke like a stranger. "Where are you from?" I asked. "From the land of Canaan," they answered. "We've come to buy food." I stared at them. My mind was spinning. Were they sorry? Did they think of me? Did they remember the pit? I accused them of being spies. I needed time. I needed to see what kind of men they had become. They panicked. "We're honest men," they said. "There were 12 of us. One is gone. The youngest is at home with our father." That youngest, my little brother, Benjamin. I hadn't seen him in years. He was just a child when I was taken. Was he safe? Was he kind? I said, "You'll prove your honesty. One of you will stay here. The rest will go home and bring back your youngest brother." I chose Simeon to stay. He didn't argue as the guards tied his hands. The others took their sacks of grain and left, confused and frightened. Before they left, I quietly told my servant, "Put their money back in their bags." Days passed. I waited, and then they returned. This time Benjamin was with them. I saw him standing there, quiet and wide-eyed. He looked like our mother. Something deep in me ached when I saw him, but I kept my mask on. I invited them to a meal. I seated them by age. They looked at one another, surprised. I gave Benjamin 5 times as much food as the others. They didn't complain. Later, I told my steward to hide my silver cup in Benjamin's sack. After they left the city, I sent my men after them. "Why did you steal from me?" they shouted. The brothers denied it. "If one of us has the cup, let him die." They opened the sacks. The cup was in Benjamin's. The brothers tore their clothes. They came back to me together. No one ran. No one abandoned him. Judah stepped forward. His voice shook. "Take me instead," he said. "Let the boy go home. Our father, he won't survive losing him." My heart broke. They were not the same men who threw me away. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I turned away from them and wept. Then I faced them again. "I am Joseph." Their eyes widened. No one moved. No one spoke. "I am your brother," I said, my voice trembling, "the one you sold into Egypt." Still, they were silent, frozen, terrified. "Don't be afraid," I said quickly. "Don't be angry with yourselves. God sent me ahead of you to save lives. I stepped closer. They didn't run. One by one they came forward. I held them. I wept again. And for the first time in years, I was not alone. The first words out of my mouth after everything were not about revenge or justice. They weren't angry or proud. Is my father still alive? That was all I cared about. They nodded, slowly at first, then with more certainty. Yes, one of them said, but he still thinks you're gone. I closed my eyes. For all these years, he thought I was dead. Every meal, every night, every time he looked at my younger brother. All those years, carrying a grief that wasn't real, but felt just as heavy. I couldn't wait another moment. Go, I told them. Go back to him. Tell him I'm alive. Tell him I'm ruling in Egypt. Tell him everything. I gave them wagons, donkeys, supplies, everything they would need for the journey. I sent new clothes for each of my brothers, but for Benjamin, I gave 5 changes of clothes and more silver than he could carry. I didn't do it to cause jealousy. I just loved him. He reminded me of home. Before they left, I pulled them close. Don't quarrel on the way, I said. Old habits die hard. As they disappeared down the road, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. News of what happened reached Pharaoh. When he heard that my brothers had come, he was pleased. Let them all come, he said, their children, their animals, everything they own. Egypt will be their home now. I'll give them the best of the land. His kindness still surprised me. I had come to Egypt in chains. Now I was preparing to welcome my entire family as honored guests. I sent word ahead to my father, packed in the mouths of the donkeys and wagons, and on the lips of my brothers. I waited. Every morning I looked toward the road. Every sound of hoofbeats made my heart jump. Every shadow looked like a caravan. Then finally, one evening, the servants came running. They're here. I ran, and there he was. He stepped down slowly from the wagon. His hair was white, his back bent, his eyes searching. And then he saw me. We stood still for a second, just breathing. Then he opened his arms. I ran into them. He held me like he would never let go again. His tears soaked my robe. Mine soaked his. I thought I'd never see you again, he whispered. I'm here, I said. I'm here now. We sat together for hours. He asked questions. I answered what I could. Some things didn't need words. The next day I brought him before Pharaoh. My father stood tall, even in his age, and blessed him. Pharaoh gave us land in Goshen, a place with room for animals, families, and peace. My brothers settled in, their wives, their children, their herds. They laughed again. I heard singing at night. For the first time in a long time, my world felt whole. I looked around the house one evening, my father by the fire, Benjamin playing with the children, my older brothers talking quietly, and I, watching it all. So many years lost, so much pain, but even pain can have a purpose. I didn't understand it before. I only saw the pit, the prison, the silence. But now I saw the bigger picture. God had sent me ahead, not to punish, but to preserve, not to judge, but to save. I leaned back. The stars were out again, just like the ones I used to count as a boy. This time, I didn't ask why. I just breathed in the night and let the peace settle in my heart. Everything had changed, but somehow it felt like coming home. My name is Moses. I was born in Egypt at a time when my people, the Hebrews, were living as slaves. We weren't always treated that way. A long time ago, our ancestor Joseph had helped Egypt during a great famine. Back then, we were respected. But things changed. A new Pharaoh came to power, one who didn't know Joseph, didn't care about our past, and certainly didn't care about us. All he saw was that we were growing in number, and he felt threatened. So Pharaoh gave a cruel command. Every Hebrew boy born must be thrown into the Nile River. Only the girls could live. He thought this would stop us from growing too strong. When I was born, my parents saw something special in me. Maybe all parents feel that way, but they couldn't bear the thought of losing me. My mother hid me for as long as she could, but I was getting bigger, louder, harder to keep secret. One day, with a heavy heart, she placed me in a basket made of reeds, covered it with tar to keep water out, and gently set it among the reeds at the edge of the Nile River. She didn't just let me float away. My sister, Miriam, hid nearby and watched. The basket drifted slowly in the warm sun, and then something unexpected happened. Pharaoh's daughter came down to bathe in the river. She saw the basket, opened it, and found me inside crying. But instead of turning away or obeying her father's cruel law, her heart was moved. She knew I was a Hebrew baby, but she chose to save me. She took me in as her own. And just like that, I went from being a slave child hidden in fear to being raised in the palace of the king of Egypt. Miriam ran up and offered to find someone to nurse me. Pharaoh's daughter agreed, and that's how I got to spend my first years back in my mother's arms, safely, before returning to live in the palace as her adopted son. I grew up surrounded by marble halls and golden statues. I ate fine food, wore soft clothes, and learned to read and write. But inside, I never forgot who I really was. I saw the pain on the faces of the workers building Pharaoh's cities. I knew they were my people. I may have worn the clothes of a prince, but my heart beat with the blood of a Hebrew. One day, when I was a young man, I went out to see my people. I walked among the bricks and the dust, the sweat and the suffering. I saw the overseers yelling, pushing, beating. Then I saw something that shook me. An Egyptian guard was hitting a Hebrew man again and again, like he wasn't even human. Something inside me snapped. I looked around. No one was watching, and in that moment, I struck the Egyptian. I don't even remember all of it. It happened fast. But when it was over, the man was dead. I buried his body in the sand and walked away, heart pounding, hoping no one had seen. But word got out. The next day, I saw two Hebrews fighting each other. I stepped in and said, "Why are you hitting your own brother?" But one of them turned to me and said, "Who made you our ruler? Are you going to kill me like you killed the Egyptian?" My blood ran cold. I realized then that my secret wasn't a secret anymore. Pharaoh would find out, and when he did, he'd come after me. So I ran. I left the palace, the city, everything I knew. I crossed deserts and hills, wandered under the hot sun, alone and afraid. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I had to get far away from Egypt. I ended up in a land called Midian. Tired and dusty, I sat by a well, and it was there that my next chapter would begin. After fleeing Egypt, I wandered through dry lands and empty places until I reached Midian. I had nothing with me, no home, no plan, just the clothes on my back and a heart full of fear. But God had not forgotten me. In Midian, I met a kind man named Jethro. He was a priest there, wise and generous. He invited me into his home, gave me food, water, and rest. Over time, I became part of his family. I married one of his daughters, Zipporah, and started a new life. It was simple, quiet work. I became a shepherd. Every day, I led the sheep through the hills, searching for green grass and still water. The wind blew gently across the rocks. The sun rose and set like clockwork. I didn't talk much. I didn't lead anyone. I just watched over animals and tried to leave the past behind. Years passed. One morning, I took the flock further than usual, all the way to a place near Mount Horeb. It was quiet there, just the sound of soft hooves and the breeze in the bushes. Then something strange caught my eye. A bush. It was on fire. But the fire wasn't spreading. The flames danced and flickered, bright and hot, but the branches didn't burn. The leaves stayed green. I stared at it for a while, unsure if my eyes were playing tricks on me. Then I took a few steps closer. Something about it pulled me in, like the bush was waiting for me. Then I heard a voice. "Moses, Moses." It was strong but gentle, not loud, but it went straight through me. "Here I am," I answered, though my legs felt weak. "Do not come any closer," the voice said. "Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground." I quickly slipped them off and stood barefoot in the dirt. "I am the God of your father," the voice said, "the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." At that, I covered my face. I was afraid to look, afraid to even breathe. This was no ordinary fire. This was no ordinary moment. God continued, "I have seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard their cries. I know their suffering, and I have come down to rescue them and bring them to a good and spacious land, a land flowing with milk and honey." My heart raced. God had heard them, our people. "Now go," he said. "I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people, the Israelites, out of Egypt." I froze. Me? Go back to Egypt? Face Pharaoh? Lead a whole nation? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Who am I asked, that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt?" I wasn't a prince anymore. I wasn't even a strong speaker. I was just a man who had made mistakes, living quietly in the hills. God's reply was simple: "I will be with you." That was it. Not a long speech, not a long list of reasons, just a promise. "I will be with you, and this will be the sign that I have sent you. When you bring the people out of Egypt, you will worship me on this mountain. Still, I had more doubts. What if I go, I said, and they ask me, what is his name? What should I say? God answered, I am who I am. Tell them, I am has sent me to you. The words felt too big for me, too powerful. Then he said, Go, gather the elders of Israel. Tell them I have seen their pain, and I will bring them out. Pharaoh will resist, but I will stretch out my hand, and in the end so he will let you go. I listened, but my fear stayed. Lord, I'm not a good speaker, I whispered. I've never been. My words are slow. My tongue gets tied. Who gave humans their mouths? God replied. Who makes them deaf or mute? Is it not I, the Lord? Now go. I will help you speak and teach you what to say. Still, I hesitated. I looked at the fire that did not burn the bush. I looked at the ground beneath my feet. I felt small. Then God said he would send my brother Aaron to help me. He would speak well, and together we would do this. I didn't feel ready, not even close, but God had spoken. So I picked up the staff in my hand, took a deep breath, and began to prepare my heart. Because when God calls you by name, something in you begins to move. When God called me, I went. I packed up my family, took my staff, and set out. My brother Aaron met me along the way, just as God had promised. He was glad to see me, and I was glad to have him by my side. I told him everything, the bush, the fire, God's words. He didn't laugh, he believed. Together we returned to Egypt. It had been many years since I'd walked those streets. Everything looked both familiar and foreign. The air was heavy, the sky dry and pale, and the people, our people, were still slaves. Nothing had changed. The guards still shouted. The bricks still piled high. The chains still clanked. We went to see Pharaoh. He sat high on his throne, dressed in gold, the symbol of power. He looked at us like we were dust. We stood before him and said the words God told us to say. This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says, Let my people go. Pharaoh frowned. Who is the Lord, that I should obey him? He said. I do not know this Lord, and I will not let Israel go. His voice was cold. His heart was harder. Instead of freeing the people, he made things worse. He ordered the overseers to stop giving straw to the workers, but told them to keep making the same number of bricks. The people were beaten for failing to meet impossible demands. They turned on us. Why did you come back? They asked. You've made things harder. I cried out to God. Why, Lord? Why did you send me? But God said, Now you will see what I will do to Pharaoh. So we went back. Aaron threw down my staff before Pharaoh. It became a snake. Pharaoh's magicians did the same. They threw down their staffs, and they turned into snakes too. But my staff, the one God had given me, swallowed theirs whole. Still, Pharaoh would not listen. Then God told me to go to the river. Early the next morning, as Pharaoh came to the Nile, I stood there and raised my staff. I struck the water, and just like that, it turned to blood. Fish floated lifeless. The water stank. The river, once a source of life, became a sign of judgment. But Pharaoh's magicians copied the act, and his heart stayed hard. A few days later, God sent frogs. Not just a few, they were everywhere. In beds, ovens, bowls, on the floor, in the palace, in people's clothes. It was unbearable. Pharaoh begged me to ask God to take them away. I prayed, and the frogs died. But once they were gone, Pharaoh changed his mind again. Then came gnats, tiny insects that covered the land, crawling over skin and into ears. The magicians couldn't copy this one. This is the finger of God, they said. But Pharaoh still refused. Next, God sent swarms of flies. They buzzed and bit, filling the houses and covering the ground. But in the land of Goshen, where the Israelites lived, there were none. It was the first clear sign that God made a distinction between his people and the Egyptians. Still, Pharaoh would not let us go. Then God sent a plague upon their animals: horses, donkeys, camels, cattle, sheep, and goats. Many died. But again, none of our animals were harmed. After that, boils appeared on people and animals. Painful sores broke out everywhere. The magicians couldn't stand before Pharaoh. But even then, his heart did not soften. Then came hail, a storm unlike anything Egypt had ever seen. Thunder cracked, fire ran along the ground, ice smashed the crops and trees. But in Goshen, no hail fell. Pharaoh cried out again. "I have sinned," he said. "Pray to your God to stop this." I did. The storm ended. But Pharaoh went back on his word. Then God sent locusts. They covered everything, devouring what little was left of the crops. The sky turned dark with their wings. Pharaoh's officials pleaded with him. "Let them go," they said. "Egypt is ruined." But Pharaoh said no. Then came darkness, thick, heavy darkness, no sun, no moon, no stars. For 3 days, no one moved. It was like being buried while still alive. But where the Israelites lived, there was light. Finally, God told me there would be one last plague. I warned Pharaoh. This is what the Lord says. About midnight, he will go through Egypt. Every firstborn will die, from Pharaoh's son to the son of the servant, even the firstborn of animals. Then you will know the Lord makes a distinction between Egypt and Israel. Pharaoh burned with rage. "Get out of my sight," he shouted. "The day you see my face again, you will die." And I said, "You are right. I will not see your face again." That night, we did exactly what God commanded. Each family prepared a lamb, painted its blood on the doorframe, and stayed inside. God passed over every house with blood on the door, but in the homes of the Egyptians, there was wailing and grief. From the palace to the poorest shack, death had come. Then, in the darkness before morning, Pharaoh sent for us. "Go," he said. "Take your people and leave. Take your animals, your children. Just go and bless me also." So we left. After hundreds of years, after so much suffering, God had broken Pharaoh's grip. The people of Israel were free. We left in the middle of the night. There was no shouting, no chaos, just a steady, quiet movement, one family after another, one step at a time, carrying what we could. The sound of feet on the dirt roads, the low bleating of sheep, the creak of wooden carts. The Egyptians, still in shock, gave us silver, gold, and clothing as we left, just as God had said. There were so many of us, men, women, children, elders, and even some Egyptians who had seen the truth and chose to follow. We were hundreds of thousands, walking together as one people, not soldiers, not warriors, just families with hope in their hearts and freedom in their steps. I led them, staff in hand, unsure of the exact path, but certain that God was guiding us. We didn't take the shortest route. God told me not to go through the land of the Philistines, even though it was faster. He knew we weren't ready for war, so instead, he led us through the desert toward the Red Sea. By day, he went ahead of us in a pillar of cloud. By night, it became a pillar of fire, lighting our way, never leaving us for a moment. After a few days, God told me to turn back and camp near the sea. It didn't make much sense to me, but I obeyed. We set up camp between the sea and the mountains. The water was in front of us, high cliffs behind us. There was no easy escape. That's when we saw the dust in the distance. It started as a thin cloud on the horizon. Then came the sound, faint at first, then louder. The pounding of hooves, the rumble of chariots. Pharaoh had changed his mind. He was coming. He brought his whole army, horses, riders, chariots, all charging toward us. The people saw them and panicked. "Why did you bring us here?" they shouted. "Were there not enough graves in Egypt? Did you lead us out just to die in the wilderness?" I understood their fear. We were trapped, the sea before us, Pharaoh behind us. There was nowhere to run. But I stood before them and said, "Do not be afraid. Stand firm. The Lord will fight for you. You only need to be still." Then God spoke to me. "Why are you crying out to me? Tell the people to move forward. Raise your staff. Stretch out your hand over the sea and divide the water." So I did. I stepped to the edge of the sea, lifted my staff, and stretched out my hand. The wind began to blow, strong, steady, loud. The water shook, then rose. It didn't splash or crash. It stood. Towering walls of water rose on both sides, and in between was a path, dry ground right through the sea. I turned to the people. "Go," I said. "Walk through. Now." They did. We walked between walls of water, the ground dry beneath our feet, the fire of God behind us, holding Pharaoh's army at a distance. Children clutched their mothers' robes, elders leaned on sticks. The sound of the wind and the water filled the air, but no one turned back. When the last of us had crossed, I looked back. Pharaoh's army had entered the path behind us. His chariots thundered forward, chasing after us right into the sea. But something changed. Their wheels jammed. Confusion spread. The soldiers shouted to one another, "Let's get away. The Lord is fighting for them." Then God spoke again. "Stretch out your hand over the sea." I did. As the sun began to rise, I lifted my staff once more. The wind stopped. The water crashed down. Chariots, horses, soldiers, all swallowed in a moment. Not one of them escaped. Silence followed. The sea returned to calm. The path was gone, but we stood safe on the other side, our feet on solid ground, the morning light rising behind us. We were free, not just in body, but in spirit, not just escaped from Egypt, but rescued by the hand of God. We stood there for a long time, no one speaking. Then slowly, voices rose. Someone began to sing. Others joined. A song of thanks, of wonder, of awe. That day, we saw with our own eyes that nothing, not even the sea, could stop the Lord. The wilderness is not a place that welcomes you. It stretches wide and dry, with no shade, no rivers, and no roads. The sun beats down during the day. At night, the wind turns cold. And that's where we were, hundreds of thousands of us, walking through the desert, step by step, day by day. At first, there was singing, joy, hope. We had crossed the sea, we had left slavery. But soon the heat pressed harder, the journey got longer, and the people began to forget. They forgot what God had done. They looked around and saw only sand and stone. No food, no water, no comfort. And then came the questions, the complaints, the blame. Why did you bring us out here? They said. At least in Egypt, we had bread and water. Out here, we'll die. It hurt to hear them say that. But I understood. They were afraid, hungry, tired, and I had no answers of my own. So I prayed, and God heard. That evening a wind came, gentle but steady, and with it came quail, small birds that filled the camp. The people caught them easily, and that night they ate meat. In the morning, when the dew lifted from the ground, something strange appeared. Small white flakes covered the surface of the desert, delicate and thin like frost. The people stared at it. "What is it?" they asked. I said, "It is the bread the Lord has given you to eat." We called it manna. It tasted like wafers made with honey, sweet, light, just enough. Each family gathered what they needed for the day, no more, no less. If they tried to save some overnight, it would spoil. But on the 6th day, we gathered twice as much, and it stayed fresh for the Sabbath. For 40 years, manna was our daily bread. Still, the road wasn't easy. There were times when water ran short. Again, the people quarreled. "Did you bring us out here to die of thirst?" they cried. I turned to God. "What should I do with them?" I asked. He told me to take my staff and strike a rock. I did, and water poured out, clear, cool, enough for everyone. God provided again and again, but the people's hearts were like the desert, dry, cracked, and slow to trust. And they wanted proof every day. They wanted ease. But God was teaching us something deeper, to trust Him even when we didn't see the path. Eventually, we reached the foot of a mountain, Mount Sinai. It rose high above the desert, its peak covered in clouds. God told me to come up. The people were not to follow, only me. I climbed slowly, step by step, into the mist and fire. There, in that sacred place, I met with God. The mountain shook, thunder rolled, lightning flashed, but God's voice was steady, strong, and He gave me words to bring back, commands to guide us, to shape us, to teach us how to live. 10 of them, 10 clear, powerful words. Do not worship other gods. Do not make idols. Do not misuse God's name. Remember the Sabbath. Honor your father and mother. Do not murder. Do not commit adultery. Do not steal. Do not lie. Do not covet. Simple, but full of meaning. These were not just rules. They were the way to live as free people. We had left Egypt behind, but now we needed to learn what it meant to be truly free, not just in our bodies, but in our hearts. I stayed on the mountain for many days. When I returned, my arms carried the tablets of stone. But more than that, I carried a message that God was not far away, not silent, not forgetful. He was with us, leading us, even when the path felt long. And it was long. The wilderness stretched further than we imagined. There were moments when we stopped and waited, not knowing how many days would pass before we moved again. The cloud by day and the fire by night guided us. Sometimes we stayed in one place for weeks, sometimes only a day. The people struggled, some I struggled. There were days I felt tired, days I cried out to God, asking why this journey was so hard. But He never left. He never failed to answer, sometimes with silence, sometimes with power, always with purpose. Each morning the manna still came. Each night the stars still burned above us. Each step brought us closer, even if we didn't know how close. And through it all, I believed. I believed that the God who parted the sea, who brought water from the rock, who spoke from the fire, that He would finish what He started. That one day we would step into a land flowing with milk and honey, a land of peace, a land of rest, a home. I was born in Egypt, not the beautiful part with pyramids and palaces, but in the muddy, smoky corners where the Hebrews lived. We were slaves. Every morning I woke up to the sound of whips and shouting. My father made bricks, my mother carried water, and I helped with whatever my little hands could manage. Life wasn't fair, and we knew it. But deep down, we also believed this wouldn't last forever. At night, my parents whispered stories about a promise. They said our God had made a covenant with Abraham, that one day we would have a land of our own. I didn't understand all the words, but I saw the look in my father's eyes when he said them, a mixture of pain and hope. That hope kept us going through the long days under the hot sun. Then Moses came. He spoke boldly, even to Pharaoh. I still remember the first time I saw him. His face was weathered, his voice steady, and his eyes, they looked like he'd seen things we couldn't imagine. He told us God had heard our cries. Some people doubted, but my heart leapt. Could this really be the time? And then the plagues began. One after another, Egypt shook. Frogs, flies, darkness, until finally death swept through the land. But not through our doors. We marked them with lamb's blood, just as Moses told us. That night was terrifying and holy. We held our breath and listened. The next morning we left. We walked out of Egypt as free people. The wind blew behind us. I carried only what I could, but my soul felt light. But freedom wasn't easy. Soon we were in the desert. Water was scarce. Food ran low. People complained. I didn't understand why they lost faith so fast. Hadn't we just seen God part the sea? I saw it with my own eyes. Walls of water rising on both sides. I walked through on dry ground, heart pounding, sandals kicking up dust. Then came my first battle. We hadn't been out long when the Amalekites attacked. Moses looked at me and said, "Take some men and go fight." Me? Fight? I wasn't a soldier. I had been a slave. But I didn't argue. I took the strongest men I could find and went. It was chaos. Swords clashed, men shouted, dust filled the air. But I noticed something strange. Whenever Moses lifted his hands on the hill above us, we started winning. When he lowered them, we began to lose. I didn't know what to make of it, but one thing was clear. This fight wasn't just ours. God was with us. We weren't alone. We won that battle, but it wasn't my sword that brought victory. It was God through Moses. That moment changed me. I realized strength wasn't just in muscle or numbers. It was in obedience and trust. After that, Moses started keeping me close. I didn't know why at first. I wasn't the loudest or the smartest, but I listened. I paid attention. I followed. He took me up the mountain sometimes, not all the way, only he could go to the top, but close enough to feel the trembling of the earth, to hear the wind roar when God spoke. It scared me and thrilled me at the same time. There was one place I loved more than anywhere, the tent of meeting. Moses would go in and talk with God, like a friend talks to a friend, and when he came out, his face would shine. Everyone would step back, but I didn't want to leave. Even after Moses left the tent, I'd stay. Just sit there quietly. No one told me to. I just didn't want to miss anything. I didn't want to be far from God's presence. I wasn't perfect. I didn't always understand. But I knew one thing. Being near God changed me. People started noticing. "That's Joshua," they'd say, "Moses' helper." But I didn't care about titles. I just wanted to serve, not because I was great, but because God was. I still remembered Egypt. I still remembered the cries in the night, the bruises on my father's hands, the ache in my mother's back. I never wanted to go back to that life, not just the slavery, but the hopelessness. Now I had purpose. I had a leader to follow and a God who fought for us. I didn't know what lay ahead, but I had seen enough to know this. I would follow. I would fight if needed, and I would never forget what God had done. And that's how I, a slave boy from Egypt, began to become a soldier. Not by strength, not by talent, but by saying yes when God called. It started with a command from God. Moses called the 12 of us together, one man from each tribe. I stood there trying to keep my face calm, but inside my heart was pounding. He said we were to spy out the land of Canaan, the land God had promised our ancestors. Go see the people, the cities, the fruit. Bring back a report. This was it, the place we'd dreamed of, talked about since I was a child, the land that was supposed to be ours. I was nervous, but also excited. Finally, I would see it with my own eyes. We crossed the wilderness in silence. No banners, no shouting, just the quiet crunch of our sandals in the dust. When we reached the edge of the land, everything changed. The hills were green. The fields were full. Grapes hung heavy on the vines. I'd never seen fruit so large. We cut a single cluster of grapes and had to carry it on a pole between two men. That's how big it was. Milk and honey. They weren't just words anymore. The land was alive, beautiful, abundant, everything God had said. But then we saw the people, tall, strong, confident. Their cities were surrounded by high walls, thick gates, trained soldiers. Some of them were descendants of giants, men so large they made us feel like insects. The others began to whisper, at first just to each other. Then it grew. "They're too powerful. We don't stand a chance. We'll be crushed if we try." I kept silent, watching, listening. We were there for 40 days. I memorized the paths, the cities, the crops. But more than that, I kept reminding myself, this is the land God promised. When we returned, the people gathered, eager for our report. We laid out the fruit, the figs, the pomegranates. Everyone gasped. Their eyes widened at the sight. Then the 10 others spoke. Yes, the land is good, but the people are strong. The cities are fortified. We can't go in. They're giants, and we're like grasshoppers. A wave of fear rolled through the camp. You could feel it. Hearts sinking, hope draining away. People started crying, arguing, panicking. That's when Caleb spoke up. We should go up at once and take possession. We can do it. I stepped forward too. The land is very good. If the Lord is pleased with us, He will bring us into it. Don't be afraid of the people. Their protection is gone, but the Lord is with us. They didn't want to hear it. Some picked up stones. They wanted to silence us, to go back to Egypt, back to slavery. I looked around, heartbreaking. How could they forget everything God had done? The sea parting, the manna from heaven, the pillar of fire that led us. And then the voice of God came, not gentle this time, angry. God said, "They've tested me 10 times. They will not enter the land I promised, not one of them, except Caleb and Joshua." I didn't feel proud. I felt crushed. We were so close, days away from the promise. And now it was slipping through our fingers. Because of fear, because of doubt, because of voices that shouted louder than faith. So we turned back. Year after year we wandered, around and around in the desert. I buried friends. I watched leaders grow old and tired. I listened to the wind blow over empty sands and wondered how long it would take. 40 years. I was younger when we first arrived. Now my beard was streaked with gray. I saw a new generation grow up, kids who hadn't seen Egypt, who didn't remember the Red Sea or Mount Sinai. But they listened, they believed. I thought a lot during those years about trust, about fear, about how quickly people forget. But I never stopped believing, not once, because I had seen the land, because I had seen God. The day Moses called me to climb the mountain with him, I knew something was different. We had climbed together before, but this time his steps were slower. His eyes held something deeper, something final. We said little on the way up. The wind was strong, tugging at our robes, and the view got clearer with every step. When we reached the ridge, he stopped. The valley stretched before us, and beyond it, the land of Canaan rolled out like a painting. Green hills, distant cities, rivers catching the sunlight. He didn't say anything at first, just stood there breathing it in. I stood beside him, not wanting to break the silence. Then finally, he spoke. "That's it," he said softly. "That's the land God promised." I nodded, waiting. He turned to me. "You will take them in, not me." The words hit like a stone. I looked at him, hoping he would change his mind, say something else, but he didn't. "I asked God," he continued. "I begged him, but he said no. I can only see it. You will go." I wanted to speak, but my throat was tight. My teacher, my leader, my friend, he wasn't coming with us. I looked at the land again, and tears stung my eyes. I didn't feel ready. I didn't feel strong enough. He smiled at me. God has chosen you, Joshua. Be strong. Be courageous. You've seen what he can do. We stood there together a little longer. Then we went back down, and not long after, Moses was gone. God himself buried him. No one knows where, just gone. I was alone, not truly alone, but that's how it felt. The weight was on me now. The people looked to me. They waited for my words, my decisions. That night, I couldn't sleep. I walked outside, looking up at the stars. I had no speech ready, no plan, just questions. And then, in the silence, God spoke. Joshua, my servant Moses is dead. Now get ready to cross the Jordan. Just as I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will never leave you nor forsake you. Be strong and courageous. Those words settled into my heart like stone into the earth. Be strong and courageous. I repeated them under my breath, over and over, not because I was brave, but because I was afraid. And God knew. He wasn't asking me to pretend. He was promising to be with me. The next morning, I stood before the people. I told them, prepare yourselves. In 3 days, we crossed the Jordan, and they followed. We walked to the river's edge. It was harvest season. The Jordan overflowed its banks, fast, deep, impossible to cross. I stared at it, heart pounding. But I remembered the sea. I remembered the promise. The priests stepped forward, carrying the Ark of the Covenant. I held my breath as their feet touched the water. And then, just like that, the water stopped. Not slowly, not over hours, instantly. The flow from upstream rose up like a wall, and the rest drained away. The riverbed was dry. People gasped. Some fell to their knees. I just stood still, my chest full. God was here. He was really with us. We crossed, all of us, men, women, children, the elderly, the animals, the carts, dry ground beneath every step. Halfway through, I told one man from each tribe to pick up a stone from the riverbed. We carried them to the other side and built a memorial. I said, one day your children will ask about these stones. Tell them, the water stopped, the Lord made a way. That night, as we camped on the other side, I sat by myself, staring into the flames. So much still lay ahead. Battles, decisions, pressure. But in that moment, I felt peace, because I knew without a doubt that God had not changed. The same God who had walked with Moses was now walking with me. Jericho stood tall before us, its walls thick, its gates sealed shut. No one came in, no one went out. It looked impossible, and yet God had said, I have delivered Jericho into your hands. I waited for the battle plan, but what God told me next didn't sound like any strategy I'd ever heard. March around the city once a day for 6 days. On the 7th day, march 7 times, then shout. No weapons, no siege, just walking and shouting. Still, I didn't question it. I gathered the people, explained what God had said, and we obeyed. The first day, we marched silently, just the sound of our feet and the priests blowing the ram's horns. The people of Jericho stood on the walls, watching us, probably laughing, probably mocking. But we didn't respond. We just kept walking. Day 2, the same. Walk, horns, silence. By day 4, even some of our people looked confused. I saw the questions in their eyes. Is this really going to work? But no one said a word. We kept going. Then came the 7th day. We got up early, hearts pounding. This time, we marched not once, but 7 times, around and around, dust rising with our steps. The horns didn't stop. The tension in the air grew thicker with every circle. Then I gave the signal. Shout! And we did. Thousands of voices rose in unison, a cry of faith, of obedience, of power, and the walls collapsed, just like that. Stone turned to dust, gates split apart. The fortress that had loomed over us fell flat. We charged in and took the city, just as God had said. I stood still for a moment, overwhelmed. I had seen the sea part. I had seen water from rocks. But this was something else. Yet not long after that victory, we faced defeat. Ai was a small town, nothing like Jericho. We thought it would be easy. I sent a few men. No need to send everyone, they said. This will be quick. But it wasn't. Our men ran, defeated, so humiliated. Some died. The people were shaken. I tore my clothes, fell on my face, and cried out to God. Why? What happened? And God answered, There is sin in the camp. Someone had taken what was supposed to be destroyed in Jericho, things set apart for God. One man's disobedience had brought defeat to all of us. That man was Achan. He had hidden silver and gold beneath his tent. I saw it with my own eyes. It was heartbreaking. His silence had cost lives. We dealt with the sin. As painful as it was, we had to. And then, when our hearts were clean again, God gave us Ai. That lesson stayed with me. Obedience wasn't a suggestion. It was life and death. We couldn't pick and choose. We couldn't bargain with God. Trusting Him meant trusting Him fully. And then came the day I will never forget. We were fighting a coalition of kings who had joined forces against us. The battle was fierce. We were winning, but the sun was starting to set, and we needed more time. I looked up into the sky, desperate, but not afraid, and I prayed right there in front of everyone. Sun, stand still over Gibeon. Moon, over the valley of Aijalon. I don't know what made me speak those words, only that I believed God could do it, and He did. The sun stopped in the middle of the sky. It didn't set, it didn't move. Time paused, light held its place. We fought until the battle was done. No shadows, no retreat. The day lasted longer than any other, just as long as we needed it to. Even now, I have no words for what I saw. Just awe, just silence. People talked about it for years. They still do. But for me, it wasn't about the miracle itself. It was about what it showed. God listens, God responds. He is not far. He is with us in every battle, big or small. And when we fight in His name, with clean hands and trusting hearts, nothing is too hard. Not walls, not sin, not even the sun. The battles were behind us. After so many years of marching, fighting, waiting, we were finally home. The land God promised our ancestors now lay under our feet, not as a dream, but as soil we could touch, plant in, rest on. It was time to divide the land. Each tribe came forward. We cast lots just as God instructed, and the boundaries were drawn. Judah to the south, Ephraim in the center, Naphtali up in the north. Each family received their portion, not too much, not too little. It wasn't perfect. There were still cities to clear, corners to settle, but we had a home. I watched as tents turned into homes. Paths became roads. Fields were plowed. Children laughed. Olive trees were planted. Vineyards stretched across the hills. No more wandering. No more waking up unsure where we'd go next. For the first time in their lives, the people knew rest. I saw fathers teaching sons how to dig and build, not just how to fight. I saw mothers baking bread, not just collecting manna. I saw firelight in windows at night instead of campfires under stars. And I thanked God. But peace brought something else, too, comfort. And comfort can be dangerous. I began to notice something. The people started to forget, not all at once, but slowly. They settled, but they also softened. Some grew careless. Some married those who served other gods. Some let idols into their homes. It burdened my heart. So I gathered them one last time, all the elders, leaders, judges, and officers. I stood before them, not as a warrior, but as an old man who had seen too much to stay silent. I told them, "You have seen everything the Lord has done. He fought for you. He gave you this land, but now you must choose." I paused, looking at their faces, some young, some weathered like mine, all listening. "Choose today whom you will serve," I said, "the gods your ancestors worshipped, or the gods of this land. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." The words felt like a final stone laid in place, a marker, a reminder. They answered loudly, "We will serve the Lord." But I saw the challenge in their eyes, the pull of the easy path, the quiet compromise. Still, I hoped. I reminded them of the covenant, of God's faithfulness, of our calling. Then I wrote everything down in the book of the law and set a large stone under an oak tree near the tabernacle. "This stone will be a witness," I said. "It has heard all the words the Lord has spoken to us." Then I went home, not to a tent, not to a battlefield, but to my inheritance, Timnath-Serah, in the hill country of Ephraim. I watched the sun rise and fall over the land. I sat quietly under fig trees. Children ran past me, shouting, laughing. I listened to the wind in the trees and the rustle of harvests. And in that peace, I remembered. I remembered Egypt, the desert, the trembling of Mount Sinai, the sound of trumpets around Jericho, the cry of men on the battlefield, the stillness of the Jordan River as it parted, the voice of God saying, "Be strong." And I was, not because I was brave, not because I was perfect, but because God never left me. Even in silence, even in sorrow, He was there. I lived many years in the land. I watched the people grow. I saw the promise become a way of life. And when my time came, I was ready. I had no regrets. My hands were worn, but my heart was full, not with pride, but with gratitude, because everything we had, every victory, every step was never about us. It was always about Him. My name is Barak. I'm from the tribe of Naphtali, born near Kadesh. I'm not the kind of person you'd expect to lead an army. I wasn't a king. I didn't grow up in palaces or wear fancy robes. I was just a man trying to live his life in a time when life was anything but peaceful. Back then, Israel was in a dark place. For 20 long years, we had been suffering under the rule of King Jabin of Canaan. His capital was in Hazor, and his army was led by a man named Sisera. That name, Sisera, it made people's hands shake and voices drop to whispers. He commanded 900 iron chariots, 900. Just the sound of them rolling across the hills was enough to make villages scatter. No one could stand against him. We had no real army, no strong leaders. Everyone was afraid. We were always hiding, always praying the enemy would pass us by. I saw friends taken away, fields burned, families left with nothing. We cried out to God again and again, but year after year nothing changed, until one day everything did. I was home when it happened. The air was hot that day, thick with dust and silence. I was near Kadesh, the place I'd lived most of my life. I remember leaning against a stone wall, looking out at the hills, trying not to think too much about the world we were living in. And then someone called my name. It was Deborah. Everyone knew her. She was a prophetess, wise and fearless. People would travel miles just to hear her settle disputes. But she wasn't just a judge. She had a connection with God that most of us could only dream of. When she spoke, you listened, because it wasn't just her voice you were hearing. She looked me straight in the eye and said, "Barak, the Lord God of Israel commands you, gather 10,000 men from Naphtali and Zebulun and lead them to Mount Tabor." Just like that. No warm-up, no long speech, just a command, straight from the mouth of a prophet. My first reaction, confusion. My second, fear. I didn't say anything right away. I couldn't. The words sat heavy in my chest like stones. God wanted me to lead an army? Against Sisera? Against those iron chariots? That didn't make any sense. I wasn't a war hero. I wasn't born for glory. I wasn't even sure I could command a group of shepherds, let alone 10,000 men. My mouth went dry. I wanted to believe it was real, that maybe I could be brave, but I couldn't shake the fear. I looked at Deborah and said, "If you go with me, I'll go. But if you don't go, I won't go either." It wasn't just nerves. It was the truth. I knew I couldn't do it alone. I needed her faith beside me, her strength, her voice that could silence doubt. She didn't hesitate. She nodded and said, "I'll go with you. But understand this. The honor of this victory won't be yours. The Lord will deliver Sisera into the hands of a woman." Her words hit me hard, but they were fair. I asked for her help, and this was the cost. I didn't argue. After that, everything moved fast. I sent out messengers to the tribes of Naphtali and Zebulun. We had no standing army, so we had to gather willing men, farmers, herders, craftsmen, men who had been living in fear for years but were ready, finally, to take a stand. They came, not all, but enough. Some brought bows, some brought nothing but knives and sticks. We didn't have armor or horses, but we had each other, and maybe, Just maybe we had God on our side. I remember the night before we left. The stars above Mount Tabor were sharp and clear. I walked through the camp, listening to the quiet breathing of men who were about to risk everything. Some were whispering prayers, others were staring into the fire, eyes wide open. No one was sleeping well, neither was I. My heart pounded with a strange mix of fear and purpose. I didn't know what tomorrow would bring. I didn't know if we would win, but I knew we couldn't run anymore. We had been hiding for too long. This was our moment, and somehow I had to lead them into it. The ground trembled before we saw them. At first, it was just a low rumble, distant but heavy, like a storm crawling over the hills. Then the sound grew louder, stronger, until it was all we could hear. The clash of metal wheels, the snort of horses, the steady rhythm of iron crushing dirt. That's when we saw them, Sisera's army. 900 iron chariots, glinting in the morning sun like black teeth. They filled the valley below us like a flood of metal. I could feel the men behind me stiffen. Some started whispering. Others gripped their weapons tighter. I couldn't blame them. None of us had ever faced something like this before. Those chariots weren't just weapons. They were terror made solid. Our swords couldn't pierce them. Our feet couldn't outrun them. My heart beat like a drum. I could hear it in my ears, louder than the thunder of hooves. Then everything changed. The sky, once clear, began to darken. Clouds rolled in fast, too fast, thick, heavy clouds, the color of ash. And then, like a curtain being torn open, the rain came. It wasn't a gentle shower. It was a downpour. Sheets of rain hammered the ground. In seconds, the dry earth turned to mud. Streams swelled. The Kishon River began to rise. I looked down and saw the chariots struggle. Their wheels sank. The horses slipped. Iron was never meant for mud. It was then I knew this wasn't chance. This was God. He had waited until the very moment we needed him, and then he moved. I turned to my men and shouted loud enough to rise above the storm. Now, this is the moment the Lord has given us. And I ran. I didn't think. I didn't look back. I just ran down the hill toward the enemy, through mud and rain and chaos. I could feel the water soaking my clothes, blurring my vision. But I kept going. I could hear the footsteps behind me, my men charging with me, roaring like lions finally uncaged. We crashed into Sisera's army with everything we had. The chariots were useless now. Some were stuck. Others had toppled over. Soldiers tried to run, but the mud grabbed at their feet. We were soaked, tired, outnumbered, but we had fire in our bones. Sword met sword. Cries filled the air, but we didn't stop. We pressed forward, step by step, through the storm. It wasn't easy. We lost some of our own. I remember faces, young ones, brave ones, but no time to mourn, not yet. We kept moving, because something had shifted. The fear that once sat like a rock in our chests was gone. In its place was something else. Faith, maybe, or fury, or both. Sisera saw it too. At some point, he knew the battle was lost. I caught a glimpse of him in the distance, jumping from his chariot. He didn't look back. He didn't rally his men. He just ran, alone, through the storm, into the hills. We kept fighting until none of his army remained standing. Some drowned in the river. Others were struck down in the mud. The rest fled, dropping weapons as they ran. By the time the rain slowed, the field was quiet. Bodies lay scattered across the valley. The iron chariots, once so terrifying, now looked like broken toys, half buried in the dirt. I stood there, soaked to the bone, breathing hard. My sword hung at my side. My arms were shaking. But inside, there was peace. We had done it. Against all odds, we had stood our ground. I looked to the sky, where the clouds were beginning to break. A few rays of sun cut through, landing on the muddy battlefield like a promise. This wasn't just a victory, it was a miracle. As for Sisera, he was gone, somewhere out there, hiding. But that part of the story, well, someone else would finish it. For now, all I knew was this. We had faced the storm, and we were still standing. We didn't stop when the battle ended. As soon as Sisera ran, we gave chase, not out of revenge, but because we knew if we let any of them go, they'd come back. They always did. So we pressed on, across the soaked ground, over hills and through trees, until every last soldier in Sisera's army was gone. No chariots, no horses, no survivors. It was overwhelming. The same men who had once cowered in caves were now running with purpose, with power. But deep down, we all knew this wasn't something we did by our own strength. No amount of courage could have caused the skies to open. No sword of ours could have turned the earth into mud. We didn't win that day because we were strong. We won because God moved. The news about Sisera came later. I remember standing near a tree, wiping rain from my face, when a breathless messenger arrived. His clothes were torn, his feet muddy, but his eyes were wide with something close to disbelief. He said Sisera was dead. At first, we didn't understand. Then he told us the story. Sisera had fled north, exhausted and desperate, and come upon a tent in the hills. It belonged to Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite. He must have thought he was safe there. After all, her family had ties with his king, so he asked for water, and she gave him milk. He asked for a place to rest, and she let him lie down. And then, when he had fallen asleep, she took a tent peg and a hammer and drove it straight through his temple. That was it. The mighty Sisera, commander of 900 iron chariots, brought down not by a soldier, not by a sword, but by a woman with a tent peg. The men around me went quiet for a moment. I think we were all trying to understand what this meant. The final blow didn't come on the battlefield. It came in silence, in a tent, by the hands of someone no one expected. I remembered what Deborah said to me before we marched. The honor will not be yours. The Lord will deliver Sisera into the hands of a woman. Now I understood, and I didn't feel slighted. I didn't feel robbed. I felt awe, because only God writes endings like that. Only He could take a fleeing general and put him face to face with a woman no one would see as a threat, and use her as his final word. That's when the celebration began. As word spread through the land, people came out of their homes. You could hear singing from one village to the next. Families who had lived in fear for years danced in the streets. Children clapped their hands. Old men lifted their eyes to the sky, with tears running down their cheeks. No one praised me. No one praised Deborah alone. They praised the Lord, loudly, without shame. It was different from anything I'd ever seen. We didn't cheer for our own strength. We didn't shout about bravery. We sang about mercy. We sang about justice. We sang because the God who heard our cries had finally answered, and we couldn't keep quiet about it. I walked among the people and saw faces I hadn't seen smile in years. Farmers whose fields had been trampled were now raising their heads. Mothers who had once kept their children hidden were now letting them run free. The fear that had wrapped around our hearts like ropes was gone. That land, wet, torn, scarred, it didn't look like a battlefield anymore. It looked like a new beginning. And in that moment, I felt something I hadn't dared feel in a long, long time. Hope. Not because all our problems were solved, not because we suddenly had power or riches or safety forever, but because I had seen what happens when God shows up. I had watched him fight for us, not because we earned it, but because we cried out, and he answered. I looked out across the hills, where the rain had washed the dust from every tree and stone. Israel was alive again. After the dust settled, after the weapons were put down, after the cries of battle faded into the wind, there was silence, not the silence of fear, not the kind that settles in when people are afraid to speak. This was a gentle, grateful quiet, a quiet that came after deliverance, a quiet that felt like rest. That's when Deborah looked at me and said, "Let's sing." I didn't question her. I just nodded. Because what else could we do? After everything we had seen, after the storm, after the mud, after the hand of God reached into our world, we couldn't just go back to life as if nothing had happened. We had to say something. We had to thank him. But words weren't enough. So we sang. It wasn't a song for show. It wasn't meant to impress anyone. It came from deep inside us, from the part of the soul that still trembled from what it had witnessed. We sang to the one who had heard us. We sang to the one who had fought for us. Our song began with praise, praise to the God of Israel, who stirs hearts and moves mountains, praise to the Lord who rides on the clouds, who causes rain to fall and rivers to rise. We didn't write that song to glorify ourselves. We wrote it to lift up the one who deserved the glory. Then we sang about the people. Not everyone, no. Not every tribe showed up. But those who did, they were the ones who made victory possible. We named them in the song. The men from Zebulun, who risked their lives on the battlefield. The warriors from Naphtali, who stood strong even when the odds were against them. They didn't come for gold. They didn't come for power. They came because they heard the call and chose to answer. These were farmers and herdsmen, not soldiers. And yet, when the time came, they stepped forward. Their courage became the melody in our song. I remember the faces of some of them, young men with trembling hands who still stood tall, fathers who kissed their children goodbye and picked up old swords, men who had lost everything but still chose to fight for others. These were the heroes no one wrote scrolls about, but we remembered them. We also spoke of those who didn't come. It wasn't bitterness, it wasn't judgment. But the truth had to be said. In the song, we named the tribes that stayed behind. Reuben, who sat among the sheep pens, listening but not moving. Gilead, who remained beyond the Jordan. Dan, still with the ships. Asher, lingering by the sea. They didn't come. And though no curse was spoken, the silence around their names was loud. The song held it up like a mirror, not to shame, but to teach. Because courage isn't just about fighting, it's about showing up. And when your people cry out, and you choose comfort over action, well, even silence becomes a choice. Still, the song ended not in judgment, but in joy. Because despite who didn't show up, the Lord still delivered us. And that was worth singing about. As our voices echoed through the hills, something changed in the people. They began to sing with us. Not just the warriors, but the mothers, the children, the elders. The whole land began to hum with life again. That's when peace returned, not all at once, not like the turning of a page, but slowly, like morning light spreading across the fields. We laid down our weapons. We returned to our homes. Crops were planted again. Laughter returned to doorways. The roads felt safe to walk. And year after year, we lived in that peace. 40 years. 40 years without the sound of iron wheels. 40 years without hiding in caves. 40 years without fear in our throats. For the first time in a long time, I slept without my hand on the sword. I sat under the trees without watching the horizon. I saw children born who never knew the sound of war. And for that, I was grateful. Not proud, not powerful, just grateful. Because I knew the peace we lived in wasn't something we earned. It was a gift. When I look back, I still wonder why God chose me. My name is Gideon. I come from the tribe of Manasseh. It's not a big or famous tribe, and even in our small tribe, my family doesn't stand out. We're just ordinary folks trying to get by. I'm the youngest in the family, the one people often overlook. I never thought of myself as a leader or brave or anything like that. Life wasn't easy back then. In fact, it was pretty awful. We were living in fear almost every day. The Midianites had taken over our land. They'd come like swarms of locusts on camels with weapons and destroy everything. Every time our crops were ready to harvest, they'd swoop in and take it all. Wheat, barley, grapes, even the sheep and cows. They took everything. We worked so hard only to see it stolen or trampled. It was heartbreaking. We had to hide to survive. Some of us dug holes in the hills. Others lived in caves. Our voices stayed low, our movements quiet. I remember my mother whispering to us not to make too much noise when we played. We couldn't light fires at night. We couldn't sing. We couldn't live like normal people. We were afraid all the time. I'll never forget the day that changed everything. I was in a wine press, not to press grapes, but to thresh wheat. Normally, you'd do that out in the open, so the wind could blow away the chaff. But I couldn't risk it. If the Midianites saw me, they'd take it all. So I was down there, hidden, trying to keep quiet, beating the wheat with a stick, sweating and looking over my shoulder every few minutes. That's when he showed up. A man, no, not just a man, suddenly appeared and sat down under the big oak tree near where I was working. I froze. I didn't know who he was or what he wanted. He looked calm, peaceful even, like someone who didn't worry about soldiers or hunger. Then he looked straight at me and said something I still remember, word for word. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." I stared at him. Me? Mighty warrior? I thought he was talking to someone else. I looked around, but it was just me and him. I felt a strange mix of fear and confusion. Why would he say that to me? I couldn't help it. I spoke up. If the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? I asked. Where are all the miracles our ancestors told us about? Didn't they say the Lord brought us out of Egypt? But now he's abandoned us. He's handed us over to the Midianites. He didn't get mad. He just looked at me, firm and gentle, and said, "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Pardon me, Lord," I said, "but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I'm the least in my family." He answered, "I will be with you. You will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive." That's when I started to feel something, just a little spark of hope maybe, but also doubt. What if I was imagining this? What if he wasn't really who he said he was? So I asked him for a sign. "Please wait here," I said. "Don't leave until I come back with an offering." He nodded. I ran home as fast as I could. I took a young goat and some flour and made unleavened bread. I cooked the meat in a pot and poured the broth into a bowl. I wanted to give him something good, something respectful. My hands were shaking the whole time. When I got back, he was still there, sitting calmly under the tree like he'd never moved. I placed the meat and the bread on a rock and poured the broth over it. Then he did something I will never forget. He reached out his staff and touched the food with the tip. In an instant, fire came out of the rock. It wasn't just a spark. It was a flame that swallowed up everything, the meat, the bread, the broth. It all disappeared in the fire, and then he was gone, just like that, vanished. I stood there, staring at the rock, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew then, he wasn't just a man. He was an angel, a messenger from God, and I was terrified. "Oh no," I whispered. "I've seen the angel of the Lord face to face. I'm going to die." But then I heard a voice. I didn't see anyone, but I heard the words clearly. "Peace, do not be afraid. You are not going to die." That voice, it calmed me. It wrapped around my fear like a warm blanket. I took a deep breath, and for the first time in a long while, I felt something new in my heart, a flicker of courage, a quiet kind of strength, not from me, but from the one who called me. Right there beside that rock, I built an altar to the Lord. I called it "The Lord is Peace," because in the middle of fear, I had found peace. And somehow I knew this was just the beginning. That night, God gave me a task, a hard one. He told me to tear down the altar to Baal, not just any altar. It was the one in my father's own backyard, the one the whole town used. Next to it stood a wooden pole, an image of Asherah. People worshipped there, bowed down, brought offerings, even my own family. But God said, "Tear it down." I was scared. These weren't strangers. They were my people, my neighbors, my uncles, my cousins. I knew how much they loved that altar, but I couldn't say no to God, not after what I'd seen. Still, I didn't want to do it in broad daylight. I didn't have that kind of courage yet. So I waited until it got dark. I chose 10 of my servants, men I trusted, men who would follow me without asking too many questions. We waited until everyone was asleep, the village quiet, only the wind and the crickets moving. Then we crept out, tools in hand. The altar was huge, made of stone. We started from the top, pulling it apart piece by piece. Every rock that fell made a noise that seemed way too loud in the night. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting someone to wake up and catch us. But we kept going. Once the altar was down, we cut down the Asherah pole. Then we built a new altar, this one for the Lord. We placed it on the same hilltop, using fresh stones. I brought a bull, just like God had asked, and we sacrificed it right there. When it was done, we hurried back home, silent and breathless. I lay in bed the rest of the night, heart pounding, waiting for the sun to rise. And when it did, chaos broke loose. The people saw the altar in pieces, the Asherah pole gone, and a new altar in its place. They were furious. Voices shouted through the village. Someone found the bull's remains. Then someone else said they'd seen me and my men moving around during the night. By mid-morning, they were at my door. "Bring out Gideon," they yelled. "He must die for what he's done. He tore down Baal's altar." I stood frozen, but then my father stepped forward. It surprised me. I thought he'd be angry. I thought he might even hand me over. But he looked at the crowd and said something I'll never forget. "Why are you defending Baal? If he's a god, let him defend himself. If someone destroys his altar, let Baal punish them." People looked at each other, unsure. Some muttered, but no one argued. Slowly, they backed away. That day, they started calling me Jerubbaal, which means let Baal contend with him. And Baal didn't. Nothing happened to me. I was still alive, still standing. But there was no time to relax. The Midianites were coming again. We got word that they had crossed the river and were camping in the valley of Jezreel. Amalekites and other eastern tribes had joined them, too many to count. Their camels covered the valley like a sea. My hands shook when I heard the news. The same fear crept back in. But something else stirred in me too. The Spirit of the Lord came upon me. I don't know how to describe it. It was like strength flowing into my bones, courage into my chest. I grabbed a trumpet and blew it with all my might. The sound echoed through the hills. Messengers ran to the other tribes: Asher, Zebulun, Naphtali, Manasseh. I told them, "Come, join me. We will fight back." And they came. Men started arriving, bringing swords, shields, slings, young men, old men, farmers, shepherds, plus blacksmiths. My small hill became a campsite. Fires burned, armor clanged, people sang songs of courage, songs I hadn't heard in years. But deep inside, I was still afraid. What if this wasn't really from God? What if I got it all wrong? I needed to be sure, so I asked for a sign. I took a piece of wool, fresh, soft, and clean, and placed it on the ground outside. Then I prayed quietly, almost like a whisper. "Lord, if you really want to save Israel through me, just as you said, please do this. In the morning, let the wool be wet with dew, but the ground all around it dry." I went to bed with a tight chest. I barely slept. At dawn, I hurried outside. There it was. The wool was soaked. I wrung it out and water poured from it, a whole bowl full. But the ground around it, bone dry. It was exactly as I asked. And yet, I hesitated. I don't know why. Maybe it was fear or doubt or just the weight of what was coming. But I asked again, "Please, Lord, don't be angry with me. Just one more time. Let me do the test again, but this time make the wool dry and the ground wet." Another night passed. I woke early, heart pounding again, and stepped outside. The ground sparkled with dew. My sandals left wet prints. But the wool? Dry, completely dry. I stood there for a long time, holding the fleece in my hands. The morning sun warmed my face. I didn't hear any voices from heaven. I didn't see fire or angels. But I knew God had answered. This wasn't about signs anymore. It wasn't about who I was, or how small I felt, or what others thought of me. It was about Him, and He had chosen me. When I saw the crowd gathered around me, thousands of men from different tribes, ready to fight, I thought maybe, just maybe, we had a real chance. But then God said something that shook me. "You have too many men." Too many? That didn't make sense to me. We were going up against an army like a swarm of locusts, so big you couldn't count their camels. And now God wanted fewer men? "If you win with all these people," He said, "they'll think it was because of their own strength." So He told me what to do. Tell the men, anyone who's afraid can go home. I took a deep breath and made the announcement. I watched as, one by one, men started walking away. Not just a few, thousands. By the time they were done, 22,000 had left. That left me with 10,000. It felt like a gut punch, but God wasn't finished. "There are still too many," He said. "Take them down to the water. I'll tell you who should stay." So I brought the men to a stream. God told me to watch how they drank. Some knelt down and put their faces straight into the water. Others scooped it up with their hands and lapped it like dogs, keeping their eyes up. God said, "Keep the ones who drink with their hands." I counted them, 300. 300 men, out of the original 32,000. That was all I had left. I looked at their faces, dirty, sunburned, tired, but alert. These were the ones God had chosen, and I had to believe that was enough. That night, I didn't sleep much. I lay on the ground, staring at the stars, listening to the quiet breathing of the camp. The enemy was just down in the valley. So many of them. Fires glowing, shadows moving. I couldn't see the end of their tents. Fear started creeping in again. Then God spoke to me. "If you're afraid to attack, go down to the enemy camp with your servant Purah. Listen to what they're saying. That will give you courage." So I got up quietly, woke Purah, and we slipped through the dark, down toward the enemy lines. We stuck to the rocks, moved slow, barely making a sound. When we got close enough, we stopped near one of the tents. Inside, 2 soldiers were talking. "I had a dream," one of them said. "A round loaf of barley bread came rolling into our camp. It hit a tent and knocked it flat." The other soldier replied, "That must be the sword of Gideon. the Israelite. God has given Midian into his hands. I didn't move. I barely breathed. They knew. They didn't know when or how, but they knew what was coming, and they were afraid. Something in me shifted. That tight knot in my chest loosened. I turned to Pura and nodded. We crept back up the hill. When I returned to camp, I stood before the 300 and said, "Get up. The Lord has given the Midianite camp into our hands." I gave each man a trumpet, an empty jar, and a torch. No swords, no shields, just a strange set of tools. Then I split them into 3 groups and told them, "Watch me. When we surrounded the camp, do what I do. When I blow my trumpet, blow yours too, and shout for the Lord and for Gideon." We moved out quietly, circling the valley, taking our positions in the night. The enemy was sleeping, unaware. Then, at just the right moment, I raised my trumpet and blew it as loud as I could. Crash! I smashed the jar in my other hand, and the torch lit up the night. Around the valley, my men did the same. 300 trumpets blasted, 300 jars shattered, 300 flames burst into the dark, and all of us shouted, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon." The enemy camp exploded into chaos. Men woke up in panic, grabbing weapons, not knowing who was friend or foe. In the dark confusion, they started attacking each other. Camels screamed, tents collapsed, fires spread. The Midianite army, so big, so terrifying, fell apart in minutes. They ran. Some fled east, others south. The valley emptied in a storm of fear and confusion. We didn't chase them right away. I sent messengers to the tribes of Naphtali, Asher, and Manasseh, calling them to cut off the escape routes. I told the men of Ephraim to guard the river crossings. Soon, word came back. The enemy was being pushed into corners. 2 of their princes, Oreb and Zeb, had been captured and killed. The pursuit was working, but I wasn't done yet. I gathered my men and started chasing the rest of the army. We were tired. We hadn't eaten, but we kept going, across the Jordan River, through the hills. We tracked down the 2 Midianite kings, Zebah and Zalmunna. When we finally caught them, they looked nothing like the proud leaders who once raided our land. They were silent, beaten, defeated. I brought them back. Israel had won. Not because we were strong, not because we were many, but because God was with us. 300 men, torches, jars, trumpets, and faith. That's what it took. After the battle, people looked at me differently, not like before. They saw me as a hero, someone who had brought them victory, safety, and hope. One day they came to me with a request. "Gideon, rule over us," they said. "You saved us from Midian. Be our king. And after you, let your son rule, and then your grandson after him." I looked at them and shook my head. "I won't rule over you," I said, "and my son won't either. The Lord is your king." I meant every word. I knew it was never about me. It was never my victory. God had done it all. I was just his servant. But even with that answer, I made a mistake, a big one. I said to the people, "Each of you give me a gold earring from the spoils you took." They agreed. They laid out the gold, earrings, ornaments, purple robes from the kings, even the chains from the camels. It was a huge pile. I took some of the gold and made something special, an ephod. It was like the kind priests wore to seek guidance from God, but this one was made of gold. I placed it in my hometown, on display. At first, maybe my intentions were good. I wanted people to remember the Lord's victory. I wanted them to honor him. But things didn't go the way I hoped. People started coming to see the ephod. They began treating it like a holy object. They bowed before it, prayed to it. They gave it their attention, more than they gave to the Lord himself. And I let it happen. I didn't mean for it to become a snare, but it did. The ephod became a trap, not just for the people, but for me and my household. And I carry that weight to this day. Still, God gave us peace. I stayed in my town and lived a quiet life. I had many children, 70 sons from many wives. The land was calm. The people worked in their fields. No enemy came to invade us. For 40 years, there was peace. Sometimes I would sit outside and watch the wheat sway in the wind, or listen to the laughter of my children, and I would whisper thanks to God. I knew I didn't deserve this peace, but I was grateful for it. I never built a palace. I never wore a crown. I lived and died as a farmer, just like I started. But peace doesn't last forever. Not long after I died, the people forgot. They forgot the Lord who rescued them. They forgot the miracles. They even forgot me. They went back to idols, back to Baal, back to the old ways. I'm not surprised. People are like that, quick to cry out when they're in trouble, quick to forget when life gets easy. But I still hope that someone, somewhere, remembers. Not me, but what God did. Not the ephod, not the trumpets, or the jars, or the dreams, but the truth behind it all. That the Lord is patient, that he sees even the weakest among us, that he gives peace, not just from war, but in the heart, and that sometimes he chooses the smallest person to do something big. When I was a boy, I didn't understand what it meant to be illegitimate. I just knew people looked at me differently. My mother wasn't like the other women in town. She didn't wear fine clothes or sit in the shade gossiping with neighbors. She worked the streets at night, and when the sun came up, she kept her head down. My father, Gilead, was a respected man. He had other sons, legitimate ones, with his wife, but he also had me, and though he didn't hide me, he didn't really protect me either. As I grew older, the stares turned into words, and the words turned into something sharper. My half-brothers couldn't stand me. "You're not one of us," they said. "You have no share in our father's inheritance. Your mother is a harlot." I remember the day they finally drove me out. I didn't fight them. What was the point? I had no claim, no ally, and no reason to stay in a house that never really felt like home. I walked away with nothing but my hands and a heart full of anger. I ended up in a place called Tub. It wasn't much, a rough land for rough people, but somehow I fit in. I wasn't the only one who'd been cast out, pushed aside, or forgotten. Others, bandits, wanderers, the broken, found their way there too. We were the rejected, the ones society didn't want. But together, We formed something different, something strong. They started following me, calling me leader. I never asked for it. I never claimed to be anything special, but I knew how to fight. I knew how to plan. I knew how to survive. Maybe they saw that, or maybe they just needed someone who'd been hurt like they had. Whatever the reason, they trusted me. And in that trust, I found a strange kind of family. Not the kind bound by blood, but by battle and loyalty. Years passed. I tried not to think about the people who'd cast me out. I had found my place, and that was enough. Or so I thought. Then the news came, whispers first, then loud cries. The Ammonites had declared war. They were marching through the land, taking cities, burning fields, and threatening everything in their path. The people of Israel were terrified. They didn't know what to do, and in their fear, they remembered someone, me. I still remember the day they showed up. A group of elders from Gilead came to Tob, dusty and nervous. When I saw their faces, I almost laughed. The same people who once let me be thrown out had now traveled all this way to beg for help. Jephthah, they said, we need you. Come lead our army against the Ammonites. I looked at them in silence. It felt like a bad joke. Didn't you hate me? Didn't you kick me out of my father's house? Now you want me back? They shifted on their feet, avoided my eyes. Yes, we did. But now we need you. Please, come with us. I could have refused. I wanted to. Part of me wanted to turn my back and let them see what it felt like. But something stronger held me. Not pride, not revenge. Something deeper. A sense that maybe, just maybe, this was what I was meant for. Still, I wasn't going to let them use me and toss me aside again. If I go with you, I said, and if the Lord gives me victory, will I truly be your leader? Will you make me head over all of Gilead? They looked at each other, then back at me. Yes, they said, the Lord is our witness. We will do as you say. I stood there, watching them. Their eyes were full of fear, but also hope. Maybe they had changed, or maybe they were just desperate. Either way, I knew the path ahead wouldn't be easy, but I also knew I couldn't run from it. So I said yes, and with that, I turned back toward the land that once rejected me, this time not as a castaway, but as a leader. When I returned to Gilead, I wasn't sure what to expect. Some people watched me with cautious eyes, others with guilt, and a few with quiet hope. But I didn't come back for their approval. I came back because there was a job to do, and I intended to do it right. The first thing I did was gather the elders. I looked them straight in the eye and said, let's be clear. I didn't come here to be your tool. If the Lord gives me victory over the Ammonites, I will be your ruler, not just your general. They nodded solemnly. You will be head over all of us, they said. You'll lead Gilead. That wasn't enough for me. Words are easy to say and easier to forget. So I brought them to Mizpah, and there before the Lord we made a covenant. They swore publicly that I would be their leader if God gave us victory. I didn't take that lightly. I knew what it meant to make promises in front of the Almighty. With that settled, I began preparing for war. But before any swords were drawn, I wanted to try one last thing: peace. I sent messengers to the king of the Ammonites. I told them to ask a simple question. Why are you attacking us?" The king's reply was quick and sharp. "Israel stole our land when they came out of Egypt. Now give it back peacefully." That wasn't true, so I sent messengers again, this time with history. When Israel came out of Egypt, my messengers said, they asked permission to pass through the lands of Edom and Moab, but were denied. They didn't fight those nations. They simply turned and traveled through the wilderness. Then they sent a message to Sihon, king of the Amorites, asking to pass through his land. Sihon refused and attacked Israel, so Israel fought back and won. That's how we got this land. It didn't belong to you. It belonged to Sihon. We took it in battle. And after that, we lived here for over 300 years. Why didn't you try to claim it back sooner?" I told them to add this. It was the Lord, our God, who gave us this land. You worship Chemosh. Let him give you what he can. We worship the Lord, and he gave us victory. So no, we're not giving this land back. I hoped that might end it. But the king of Ammon didn't listen. He ignored everything, truth, history, even reason. So there was only one path left, war. And as I stood on the hilltop, looking over the land of Gilead, I felt it, like fire in my chest and wind at my back. The Spirit of the Lord came upon me. It wasn't like in anything I could describe. My doubts vanished. My steps grew firm. I felt strength that wasn't mine, clarity, purpose, courage. I gathered the men and marched across Gilead, from Mizpah toward the battle lines. As we moved, I looked at their faces, some young, some weathered, all of them waiting for me to lead. My heart beat heavy in my chest. And then, in the quiet moments before the clash, I did something that would change everything. I made a vow to the Lord. It wasn't something I planned. It rose from deep inside me, from a place of fear and faith mixed together. I said, "Lord, if you will truly give the Ammonites into my hands, then whatever comes out of the door of my house to greet me when I return in peace shall be yours. I will offer it as a burnt offering." The words left my lips before I could fully grasp them. I just wanted God to see how serious I was, that I wasn't in this for glory or revenge. I needed his help. I couldn't do it without him. With the vow made, we marched forward, and the battle began. We won. The Lord gave us victory. The Ammonites fled before us, their armies scattered like dust in the wind. The people shouted, cried, fell to their knees. We had done what no one believed was possible. Gilead was safe. Israel was safe. I had led them to triumph. But as I turned toward home, something inside me grew heavy. I tried not to think about it. The vow, the words I had spoken. Maybe it wouldn't come to that. Maybe, just maybe, it wouldn't be someone I loved. Maybe it would be a servant, or even an animal. But in my heart, I knew the truth long before I saw her. She came running out of the house, my only child, my daughter. She was dancing with a tambourine in her hands, her voice singing a song of joy. Her eyes sparkled. She wore white. Her hair blew in the wind. She was celebrating her father's victory, proud and unafraid. And in that moment, my heart shattered. I stopped walking. My knees nearly gave out. My sword fell from my hand. I tore my clothes and fell to the ground, crying out, "No! Oh God, no!" She stopped, confused, the tambourine slipping from her fingers. "Father," she said. I could barely speak. You have brought me low, I told her, and you are among those who trouble me. I opened my mouth to the Lord, and I cannot go back. She looked at me quietly, and then, slowly, her face changed, not with fear, not with anger, but with understanding. She knelt beside me and held my hand. Father, she said, if you have made a vow to the Lord, do to me according to what you have spoken, for the Lord has given you victory. I wanted to tell her no. I wanted to take it back, to erase the words I'd spoken in the heat of desperation. But vows made before God are not like other words. They are weighty, binding, final. She could see the pain in my eyes. She knew. Only let me do this, she said. Let me go up into the mountains for 2 months. Let me wander there with my friends and mourn, not because I'll never marry, but because I'll never live the life I dreamed of. Let me say goodbye. I nodded. It was the least I could give her. So she left, climbing the hills with her friends, laughter and sorrow woven into their voices. I watched her disappear into the trees, her white robe fluttering in the wind. For 2 months she was gone. I waited. I prayed. I begged for a sign, for another way, for some escape, but none came. When she returned, her eyes were clear. She didn't cry. She didn't run. She simply walked up to me and said, I'm ready. I don't remember the ceremony. I don't remember the words I said, or how many times I stumbled, or whether the people around me wept. I just remember her eyes, steady, kind, filled with something stronger than I had ever seen in a soldier. And then she was gone, my daughter, my only child, given to the Lord because of a vow I made in a moment of fear and faith. From that day on, the daughters of Israel began a tradition. Each year, for 4 days, they would go out and remember her. They would tell her story. They would sing for her, not because she was a victim, but because she was brave, because she kept her word, because she believed in something greater than herself. And so did I. For 6 years, I served as a judge over Israel. No longer just a fighter, I became something else, someone who settled disputes, made decisions, led people not with the sword but with wisdom. At least I tried to. People came from far and wide with their troubles, land arguments, broken vows, stolen livestock, family quarrels. And I listened. I sat under the open sky or at the city gate, and I listened. It wasn't always easy. Sometimes I missed the clarity of battle. In war, you know who the enemy is. In peace, it's not always that simple, but I judged fairly. I remembered what it felt like to be cast out, ignored, so betrayed. So I never turned away the lowly, never laughed at the poor, never sided with the powerful just because they had more to give. I tried to be the kind of leader I had once needed. Yet no matter what victory I achieved, no matter how many wrongs I helped make right, a shadow followed me. It moved beside me silently. It had my daughter's smile, her laugh, her final words. I never spoke of her again, but not a day passed without her name in my heart. People respected me. They called me Judge Jephthah. They brought me their children for blessing. They toasted me at their weddings. But none of it could lift the weight I carried. And then came the men of Ephraim. They were angry, furious. They came in force, not to thank us for the victory against Ammon, but to accuse us. They stood at our gates shouting, Why didn't you call us to fight? You went to war without us, and now you want the glory all to yourself." I tried to speak calmly. "I did call for help," I told them, "but you didn't come. You ignored us, so we went without you, and the Lord gave us victory." But they wouldn't listen. Their pride was louder than reason. They threatened to burn down my house with me in it. So the fighting started again. This time it wasn't against outsiders. It was brother against brother. The men of Gilead took up arms, and we pushed the Ephraimites back. We fought them at the fords of the Jordan River. We set guards there, and whenever a man tried to cross, we asked him to say one word, Shibboleth. It sounds simple, doesn't it? A word? But Ephraimites couldn't pronounce it right. They would say Sibboleth. That was enough. We knew who was friend and who was enemy. It was brutal, bloody, and in the end, 42,000 of our own brothers lay dead. We won, yes, but I don't know if you can really call it a victory when it leaves your heart more wounded than your body. After that, the land grew quiet. People returned to their homes. The disputes became smaller again, missing goats, broken fences, injured pride. I kept judging, kept listening, kept doing what I could. But I was tired. Age had started to catch me. My hands didn't grip the sword like they used to. My back ached when I sat too long, and my eyes, once sharp, now blurred at the edges. Still, I served, until the day I could no longer rise. They say I died in peace. Maybe they're right. I closed my eyes in my own land, in Gilead, the place that once rejected me, then called me back, the place where I won battles and lost more than I ever expected. They buried me in one of the towns of Gilead, not with grand processions or golden tombs, but with quiet respect. Some wept, others simply bowed their heads. I had been a leader, a judge, a warrior, and a father. My life held honor, sorrow, triumph, and a vow I could never take back. That was the cost of leading, and I paid it all. I wasn't even born yet when everything about my life got decided. My story started long before I took my first breath, when my mother was out in the fields alone. She had been childless for years, always praying for a baby. Then one quiet afternoon, something unbelievable happened. A man appeared, tall, glowing, different from anyone she'd ever seen. He didn't walk up from the road. He just showed up. She later said his eyes seemed to look right into her soul, full of fire but peaceful at the same time. He said, "You are going to have a son." Just like that. But this son, me, wasn't going to be just any child. He gave my mother strict instructions. She wasn't allowed to drink wine or eat anything unclean while pregnant. And after I was born, no razor was ever to touch my head, ever, because I was to be set apart from birth, a Nazirite, dedicated to God. He said I would begin to rescue Israel from our enemies, the Philistines. My mom was shaking when she got home. She told my father everything, and he didn't know what to think. So he prayed, asking God to send the man back, and he did. The angel came again, and this time my father saw him too. After they realized who he was, an angel from the Lord, they fell on their faces. So before I even opened my eyes, Before I cried for the first time, my life already had a path. I was chosen. I grew up under watchful eyes. My parents didn't just love me, they were careful, always reminding me that I was different. "You're not like the other boys," they would say. "God has a purpose for you. Don't forget that." I didn't get to do some of the things my friends did. No sweet wine, no parties, no running off into the hills without telling someone. And most of all, they never let anyone near my hair. I hated the constant combing, the knots, the way it fell in my eyes, but they never gave in. When I was little, I didn't think much about it. I was just happy climbing trees and chasing goats. But as I got older, I started noticing things, like how my strength didn't feel normal. One time, a tree branch broke beneath my feet. I fell hard, landing on a rock. The other boys gasped. I stood up without a scratch. Another time, two of them tried to wrestle me down. I threw them both off me without even meaning to. My arms didn't look huge. I wasn't a giant. But something inside me burned, something I couldn't explain. It scared me sometimes, because I didn't ask for it. I didn't train for it. It was just there. I asked my father once, "Why did God make me this way?" He looked at me for a long time before answering. "Because he has something big for you to do." That's all he said, but it didn't make things easier. I wanted to be normal. I wanted to play without someone whispering, "There goes that special boy." I wanted to cut my hair. I wanted to run wild, but I couldn't. And then came the dreams. I'd wake up sweating, heart pounding, images in my head of battles I didn't understand, of enemies falling, of fire and shouting. Sometimes I'd wake up with my fists clenched tight, nails digging into my palms. I'd sit in the dark and wonder, is this what it means to be chosen? I tried to hide it, but God didn't let me. One day I was walking along the fields, alone. I wasn't looking for anything, just thinking, trying to clear my head. Then, out of nowhere, I felt something, a stirring, like lightning in my chest. My steps quickened, my arms tingled. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't stop moving. It was like someone else was guiding my feet. That was the first time I knew, really knew, that God's Spirit had come upon me. It didn't hurt, it wasn't loud, but it changed me. Just for a moment, I felt more alive than I ever had before, like I could do anything. I didn't tell anyone. How could I? Who would believe me? But from then on, it happened more often, in quiet moments, when I was alone, sometimes when I was angry, or when someone was in danger. It wasn't constant. It came and went, like wind. I didn't control it. I just knew when it came, I had to act. That's how I grew up. A boy marked from birth. A boy with rules I didn't choose. A boy with strength I didn't understand. And a fire in my chest that kept coming back. People looked at me and saw a strong young man. But inside, I was just a kid trying to figure out why God had picked me and what exactly He wanted me to do. It was a hot day when I first saw her. We were heading down to Timnah, and I didn't tell my parents why I wanted to go. Not at first. But the truth? The moment I saw her, I knew. She wasn't like any girl I'd met before. Something about the way she moved, the way she looked over her shoulder. I couldn't stop staring. I didn't know her name, didn't know her voice, but something in me said, "That's her." Not "I want to talk to her," Not she seems nice. No, I wanted to marry her. She was a Philistine, and I knew what that meant. We weren't supposed to mix with them, but I didn't care. It felt bigger than rules, like my heart had already made the choice before my mind could argue. I told my parents, "Get her for me. She's the one I want." They looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "Is there no woman among your own people?" my father asked. "Among your relatives, your tribe?" I just shook my head. "She's the one." They didn't understand. How could they? To them, it was foolish, risky, even offensive. But to me, it felt like destiny. I couldn't explain it. It wasn't just about beauty. It was like something had been lit inside me the moment I saw her. I knew they were angry, maybe even ashamed. But I didn't budge. So we went back to Timnah again, this time to talk with her family. I was walking a little ahead of everyone, thinking about what I'd say when I saw her again, wondering if she'd smile. That's when the lion came. I heard it before I saw it, a low growl, a sudden rustle in the vines, and then there it was, leaping out of the brush, mouth open, teeth flashing. It was close, too close. I froze for half a heartbeat. And then something came over me. Not fear, not panic, power. It rose up in me like fire, like wind, like nothing I could describe. I don't remember thinking. I just moved. My hands went out and grabbed the lion. My fingers sank into its fur, its flesh, and with one sudden twist, I tore it apart, just like that, like it was nothing, like I'd done it 100 times. Then it was quiet again. I stood there, panting, looking at the lion's body on the ground. My heart was pounding, but not from fear. It was something else, a rush, a storm inside me, and I knew God's Spirit had come upon me again. When my parents caught up, I said nothing. I didn't tell them about the lion. I don't know why. Maybe because it didn't feel like something I could explain. Maybe because I wasn't sure it had even happened. Time passed. We arranged the marriage. I visited her again, and the more I saw her, the more I was convinced. She was the one. Later, when we went back for the wedding, I walked the same path. I passed by the spot where the lion had died. I stopped. And there, inside the carcass, bees. A whole swarm had built a hive in the skeleton, and honey, thick golden honey dripping from the ribs. I reached in and scooped some out. It was sweet, strange but sweet. I brought some to my parents and gave them some too. Still didn't say a word about the lion. At the wedding feast, things got noisy. Philistines know how to throw a party. Music, food, laughter. They assigned me 30 companions, men from their own people. They weren't really my friends, more like watchers. But I smiled and drank and tried to fit in. Then I had an idea. "Let me tell you a riddle," I said. "If you can solve it in 7 days, I'll give you 30 linen garments and 30 sets of clothes. But if you can't, you give me the same." They liked the challenge, so I gave them the riddle. Out of the eater, something to eat. Out of the strong, something sweet. They laughed, thinking it'd be easy. But 3 days passed. Nothing. They couldn't figure it out. On the 4th day, they changed tactics. They went to my bride and said, "Trick him, get the answer, or we'll burn you and your father's house." She cried. She begged. Every time I looked at her Her eyes were wet. "You don't love me," she whispered. "You won't even tell me the answer to your own riddle." She wore me down. I gave in. I told her. And the next day, just before the deadline, the men came to me with smiles. What is sweeter than honey? What is stronger than a lion? I stared at them, my fists clenched. They knew. They couldn't have figured it out on their own. I looked at her. She wouldn't meet my eyes. "If you hadn't plowed with my heifer," I said through my teeth, "you wouldn't have solved my riddle." Something inside me burned, not from the loss, not even from the betrayal, but from the way they laughed as they walked away. I should have walked away. I should have just let it go, told myself it wasn't worth it, but I couldn't. They tricked me, lied to me, humiliated me, and the worst part, I saw it coming and still let it happen. I left the wedding in anger. I didn't even finish the feast. I was done, with her, with all of them. I didn't say goodbye. I just walked. Days passed. I cooled off a little, thought maybe I could go back and make things right. I brought a gift, a young goat, figured that was enough. But when I got there, her father stood in the doorway, blocking me. "She's not yours anymore," he said. "I gave her to your companion. I thought you hated her." My chest went cold. My fists clenched. "You what?" He laughed nervously. "Her younger sister's prettier. You can have her instead." That was it. They had cheated me, taken my wife, laughed in my face, acted like it was nothing. I walked away without a word, but inside I was shaking. Not from sadness. This time it was pure fury. I didn't yell, didn't punch anyone, not yet. I had something better in mind. I caught 300 foxes. It took time, patience, but I did it. I tied them tail to tail, 2 by 2, and between each pair I tied a torch. Then I lit the torches and let them loose in their fields. It was harvest time. The flames raced through their grain, their vineyards, their olive trees. Everything went up in smoke. You should have heard the screaming. That wasn't enough. I found a few of them along the road, men who had laughed at me during the wedding. I beat them until they couldn't move. I didn't kill them. I wanted them to remember. But the Philistines didn't take it lying down. They found my former wife and her father, and they burned them. Just like that. The people I once cared about turned into ash. That made me even angrier. I struck again, harder this time. No torches, no foxes, just fists. I went after the men who started it all and hit them with everything I had. Bones cracked, blood spilled. I didn't stop until every one of them was down. After that, I went and hid in a cave in the rock of Etam. I thought I'd get some rest, but I was wrong. The Philistines marched into Judah looking for me, and guess what? My own people gave me up. 3,000 men of Judah came to me, not to protect me, not to hide me, but to bind me and hand me over. "You know the Philistines rule over us," they said. "What have you done?" I laughed. I only did to them what they did to me. But they were scared, desperate. "We're not here to kill you," they promised, "just to tie you up and take you in." I sighed. "Fine, swear to me you won't kill me yourselves." They nodded. "We won't." So they tied me up with 2 new ropes. tight, strong, fresh. I didn't fight it, let them do their thing. They led me down from the rock and handed me over. The Philistines saw me coming and shouted for joy, like I was a prize, a trophy. But then the Spirit of the Lord rushed over me again. The ropes snapped like burned thread, just fell off. My arms were free, and my strength returned hotter than ever. I looked around. No sword, no weapon. Then I saw it, a donkey's jawbone lying in the dirt. I picked it up, and I attacked. They came at me with swords, spears, shields. I didn't stop. I didn't count. I just moved. One after another, they fell. The jawbone cracked skulls, broke ribs, tore through armor. Blood flew, dust rose. They screamed, they ran. I chased. By the time it was over, 1,000 men were lying on the ground. 1,000. I stood there breathing hard, covered in sweat and dirt and blood, the jawbone still in my hand. I raised it and said, "With a donkey's jawbone, I've made donkeys out of them. With a donkey's jawbone, I've killed 1,000 men." Then I dropped it. But once the rush faded, I felt something else. Thirst. Deep, burning thirst. My throat was dry as sand. My lips cracked. My knees buckled. I collapsed to the ground. I thought I was going to die. After everything, after the wedding, the fire, the fight, I was going to die of thirst in the dirt. I looked up and cried out, "God, you gave me this great victory, and now I'm going to die of thirst, fall into the hands of the uncircumcised?" Silence. Then, out of the rock, water. It burst out suddenly, cold, clear, life-saving water. I crawled to it, drank deeply, and felt strength return to my body. That place is still called En Hakore, the spring of the caller, because that's where God heard me and saved me. I knew who she was. I knew she wasn't from my people. I knew the danger. I knew the risk. But I didn't care. Her name was Delilah. She had a voice like honey and eyes that could pull a man's soul right out of his chest. The first time I saw her, something inside me slipped. I told myself it was nothing, a little fun, a distraction. But I was lying to myself. I loved her. Not the way I loved others before. This was different, deeper, or maybe just darker. When I was with her, I didn't think about who I was supposed to be. I didn't think about God or strength or calling. I just wanted to be near her. She made me feel seen, or maybe she just made me feel needed. At first, it was perfect. Laughing, talking, lying together under the shade. She'd run her fingers through my long hair and whisper things that made my heart race. I told her stories, left out the parts I couldn't explain. But then she started asking questions. "Samson," she said one night, tracing a finger along my arm, "tell me the secret of your strength. How could anyone tie you up and make you helpless?" I laughed, thought she was joking. "If someone tied me with 7 fresh bowstrings," I said, "ones that haven't dried out, I'd be as weak as any other man." I fell asleep. I woke up to shouting, "Samson, the Philistines are here." I jumped up, ripped the bowstrings like they were threads, and scattered the attackers like leaves in the wind. She stood there, arms crossed. "You lied to me," she said. "You don't love me." I smiled, tried to play it off. but something in her eyes had changed. She asked again. "If you really loved me," she whispered, "you'd tell me the truth." The next time I told her, if I'm tied with new ropes, ropes never used before, I'll be powerless. Same thing. She tied me while I slept, woke me with the same scream. I broke the ropes like they were nothing. Again she pouted. Again she said, "You're just making fun of me." Part of me knew what she was doing. Part of me didn't care. The third time I told her, "Weave my 7 braids into the loom, tighten it with a pin, and I'll be helpless." She did it. I woke up and tore the whole loom from the floor. She started crying, real tears, or at least they looked real. "How can you say you love me when your heart's not with me?" she said. "You've mocked me 3 times now. You haven't told me the truth." And she didn't stop. Day after day she asked, begged, pushed, wore me down. I couldn't sleep, couldn't breathe. Her words were always there. Finally, I broke. I told her everything. "No razor has ever touched my head," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I've been set apart for God since birth. If my head is shaved, my strength will leave me. I'll be like any other man." She didn't say much after that, just smiled, kissed me, said she loved me. That night, I slept like a man with no worries. She let a man into the room while I was out cold. He shaved my head, 1 lock at a time, and when the last braid fell, so did everything else. She whispered, "Samson, the Philistines are upon you." I jumped up, ready to fight like always. But nothing happened. No power, no fire in my chest, no spirit. I swung my arms and felt only weakness. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't listen. They tackled me easily, laughed, hit me, tied me, and I couldn't stop them. They dragged me away like a beast, took me to Gaza, mocked me in front of crowds. Then they brought out the knives, and they took my eyes. The pain was sharp, but the shame burned hotter. I used to see far. I used to see enemies coming. I used to look at the world and know I had a purpose. Now everything was dark. They put me in chains, made me grind grain in the prison like an animal. Day after day, step after step, eyes gone, dignity gone, and all I could do was remember how I gave everything away for love that wasn't real, how I traded strength for a kiss, how I thought I was invincible, and I wasn't. I used to think I was unstoppable, that strength alone could carry me through anything. But now, in this cold, damp prison, I sit in darkness, truly blind for the first time, and not just because my eyes are gone. When they gouged them out, I didn't scream. I didn't even fight. What was there to fight for? My pride was already crushed, my power gone, my heart broken by my own foolishness. I had loved a woman I shouldn't have trusted. I gave away the secret of my strength like it was nothing, and in that moment of weakness, she sold me out, just like that. My head was shaved, my vow broken, and the Spirit of the Lord left me. I felt it the second it happened, like the sun going behind a cloud, never to return. They chained me like an ox and led me through the streets of Gaza, laughing and spitting at me. "This is the mighty Samson," they jeered. "This is the man who tore down our gates and crushed our armies." Now I grind grain in the prison like a slave. My hands know the shape of the millstone better than they ever knew a sword. My muscles ache, my scars itch, and my soul stays quiet. But somewhere deep down, a flicker of something stirs. Repentance, maybe. Regret, definitely. I think a lot in this darkness about my parents who believed God had a plan for me, about the angel who promised I would deliver Israel, about the strength I had and how I wasted it. I thought I was strong enough to do it my way. I wasn't. But there's one thing they didn't realize. My hair started to grow again. It didn't happen all at once. At first, just a bit of fuzz, like the memory of something lost. But every day I felt it, those strands creeping back over my scalp like grass after a fire. They didn't know. They thought I was broken, finished. They were wrong. One day they came for me. It was some big celebration in the temple of Dagon. The rulers, the generals, even the people, thousands of them gathered to make fun of me. "Bring out Samson," they shouted. "Let him entertain us." They led me by the hand like a child into the middle of the temple. I could hear them cheering, laughing, mocking me. Someone even threw a piece of bread at me. It hit my shoulder and rolled to the floor. I smiled. They thought they'd won. They thought I was helpless. But in my heart, I whispered a prayer. Not a loud one, not like before, just a quiet, trembling prayer, like a man who knows he doesn't deserve to be heard. "Lord God, please remember me." I stood between two pillars. I asked the servant boy to guide my hands, just to feel them. He thought I was tired. He didn't know I was counting the stones, feeling the cracks, measuring the weight with my fingertips. Then I prayed again. "Please, God, give me strength just once more. Let me pay back the Philistines for what they did to me. Not for my name, but for yours." I placed my right hand on one pillar, my left on the other. I could feel the temple groaning, full of people. I could hear their laughter above me, unaware of what was coming. Then I pushed. It didn't feel like before. My body wasn't the same. I was weaker, slower. But the strength didn't come from me this time. It came from somewhere higher, somewhere deeper. The pillars shook. The roof split. Screams filled the air, followed by the roar of falling stone. And then silence. Everything went black again. But this time, I wasn't afraid. I knew the cost. I knew I wouldn't walk out of that place alive. But in that final moment, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Peace. They say I killed more of our enemies in that one moment than I had in my entire life. I don't know if that makes me a hero. I don't know if that makes up for everything I did wrong. But I know this. God heard me, and that's enough.